And hello and welcome everyone to the final episode of season 5 of City of Light and Shadow. And I want to say, I am so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to have some of my favorite players back. You may have seen them in episode 6 of this season playing various members of the Saints, who are another cell in Paris, in occupied Paris. This group all centered around an abbey. And this is like their connections back and forth. And I asked them if they might come back for the epilogue of the season, because when we last let them... Oh, people are in the wrong... Stella Luna, thank you. People are in the wrong camera frames, and I'm going to fix that right now as we speak. This will be...
I don't want to be in jail. I admire Drac. I don't necessarily want to be Drac.
You know, that's fair.
Hey, I'm right there with you.
I just love the fact that there's only one Gloss and Gadget.
There's only one. There's only one. Everyone's back where they should be. And so I am so excited to have them back because for more reasons than you can imagine, one of which is that I adore each and every one of these players very much. Each person here is an amazing player. They're also we've got such mad skills as GMs, producers, just generally lovely human beings. And so I'm very happy to have them back, just generally speaking. But also, there was a big sort of cliffhanger last time, and I wanted to know what happened. And so I was like, please come back so I can find out what happens with everyone, because it's important to note, right? Because I don't know. I'm not that kind of GM that just fiats those things. I just need to find out what happens. So we are here to go and find out what happened. We should probably remind everyone what happened last time, but we're not going to do that first. First, we're going to do our general openers. So first off, thank you all for being here. All of you who are watching live, all of you who are watching on Memorex, and by Memorex I mean VODs on YouTube or VODs on Twitch. However you're doing it. You know, I'm not the boss of you. You do how you want to do. And everyone for supporting us, thank you. This is our last session, and I'll put out all sorts of information on our Patreon. We have a Patreon, and if you want to support our cast, them getting paid and all that, you can join our Patreon. You can also give tips and bits during the break, and we will read out those messages at the intermission and at the end. And at the end of every season, I go and give a full accounting of everything that came in and went out and how it went, over on Patreon first, and then over on the Discord, so you can hang out in our Discord as well. Let me see. We have a special Patreon tier, which I added, which is a word from our sponsors. And that is a $200 tier, which will basically fund one episode. And if you are on our Word from our sponsor tier, then you get a special ad that we make and special shout outs. For example, right now, our special shout out goes to Willen, who is not only our special word from our sponsor, but is really the bookkeeper who's been taking notes, started taking notes in season 2. And once I get through taking the notes for season 1, all these notes are going to go up on our webpage, and that's really exciting. I want to thank Willen so much for everything that he does. He's also it's really interesting because he's French and he's in Paris, and he's like, oh yeah, I walked right by that place you mentioned, and so he always reminds me of these really cool places he's been in, which is really neat. So I want to thank all of you, especially Willen, who are supporting us. Thank you very much. You can tell people about the show. You can retweet our live tweet. You can join our Discord. Yes, those are all the things that you can do. And I want to thank especially all of our players coming in for a special moment. And I would like them to introduce themselves. So, if you might, say who you are, who you're playing, and answer this question. Some of our characters have been captured by the Nazis after an explosive situation the last time they were here, and by explosive I mean there were grenades involved, so I do mean that literally. But you know, when you are in situations like this, or many other situations, I imagine, being a nun, for example, or pretending to be a nun in a brothel, you might spend time alone in solitude. And so the question I would like you to answer for your character is, when your character is alone to their thoughts, like all by themselves, in some sort of solitary space, where do their thoughts go? That is the question. So, who are you? Where can we, who do you play? And then when your character is in some kind of solitary space, where do their thoughts drift? And I would like to begin with Diane, our Balrog. Tell us who you are, who you're playing, and where does your character's thoughts drift?
As soon as I remember to unmute. Thank you. So, I am Diane. I use she, her pronouns. I am playing Jacqueline Perrot, also known as the Sparrow, or was known as the Sparrow, is currently not necessarily at liberty. And due to this fact, it does actually have a fair amount of time to herself and her own thoughts. And those thoughts, they're split three ways. There is the concern over the fate of Eminike, because I highly suspect they haven't been allowed to see each other.
That is correct.
There is concern over the fact that one of the last things she did was to give out false information about a highly sought after person, and there's concern that even though it was false information, what if it actually put them on the right trail? What if that led to worse things down the line? Although she does suspect that had that happened, someone would have used that to goad her. So there's that's not too big of a worry, but there is a concern that maybe in her ambition she went a bit too far. And the rest of her time is spent trying to think of ways to seduce, flatter, or otherwise convince her captors that what she was actually trying to do was save the Gestapo officer by rushing towards the attacker, and that in the confusion it was all a big misunderstanding, and somehow basically get herself out of there so that she can then try and, assuming that he's still alive, save Eminike as well.
Mm-hmm. 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 I love it. I love it. We will discuss. I'm very happy. Speaking of Eminike Monroe, and I suppose I should say Jacqueline Perrot is a, how would you describe her profession? Transport expert?
Right, yes, I forgot to say. Jacqueline is a small-time information broker and slightly larger, transporter of persons.
And goods.
I believe goods as well. Goods mostly within the city of Paris, acquiring certain things that might be difficult to locate, or having advanced knowledge and diverting them to those people who either most require them or pay more for them. And as for people, I believe we said using mostly the routes down towards Morocco, one of which has been compromised, but the other one still, because one has been compromised, the other one now can exact a bit of a higher price.
Yes.
And pays better. So the rates have gone up, and she has profited from that. She's not necessarily above taking a larger cut, although we'll occasionally collaborate with other resistance cells members, or even allied contacts in certain situations, just because it's the, she has this weird moral thing of, yeah, she's kind of a shit person, but she's trying to balance it out by doing good things where she can.
Yeah. Speaking of a person you're quite concerned about, Mr. Monroe. Drac, who are you playing? And who are you? Who are you playing? And what does your character think of when they are left alone to their thoughts?
Okay, so hi. I'm Draconics, or Drac for short. You can find me on Twitter at Draconics, that's DRAKONIQUES. He's a pronouns, but Eminike is he, him. Eminike Monroe is a bit of a he's a specially trained really special operations executive trained hothead devoted to the children. He
Yes.
before all of this went down, he was a teacher, but then bit by bit he started seeing the kids essentially disappear, for lack of a better term, whether it's due to family members being taken and having no one to look after them, or just, I guess, malnourishment because food just wasn't really a thing they were getting. So he wanted to get more involved and a bit more practical than just teaching mathematics to the kids. He got very hands-on last time we played, to the point where he got arrested for it. Beat the living hell out of a Gestapo officer. I can't remember his name, but I'll be honest, I don't really need to. I remember the feeling of his skull against my fist. And
Yes.
that really matters.
And that Gestapo agent officer is the current acting head of the entire SS. So that was pretty embarrassing for him. just gonna note that.
Am I remembering correctly that the name was Jaeger?
Yes, Elias Jaeger, who, he did not like any of that at all. And what
Eminike showed them how we do it back in the UK.
It's true, as a matter of fact. There was a football song, as a matter of fact, as well, fight song going on. But tell me, what does Eminike think of when he is left to his own thoughts?
Well, before all of this went down, at least before the events of the last episode, I think, despite obviously wanting to be more practical and hands-on with helping out the kids by being more of a hindrance, he still was a teacher. Yeah. So I think, honestly, in his spare time, he's thinking of more like exam papers to write up for the kids. Yeah. Thinking about when and planning out when he's going to be marking the past ones that he gave the kids and all of that. Right now, I think it's still oriented around the kids, remembering that the pain that he's most definitely going through right now is to protect those kids. So I think he's just spent in silence thinking about that, and then whenever they come to interrogate him, I think he bursts out into a new song again.
We'll find out about that. Don't you worry. Now, these children, of course, are children who are at an orphanage that's attached to an abbey, and one of the Mother Superior of this abbey is our Sister Bernadette. So, Gloss, could you tell me who you are, who you're playing, and what Sister Bernadette thinks of when she is left to her own thoughts?
Hello everybody, I am Leonie, also known as Gloss and Gadgets. My pronouns are Leonie and Gloss. I go by my proper nouns. I play Sister Bernadette, who is Mother Superior. I must have had a promotion between the times that we played, so that's really nice to know.
I mean, you are very, very competent.
Yes, but last time we saw Sister Bernadette, she did take quite I would say, a psychological, emotional beating, because there was a point when she was just starting out, just before that she joined the cell, that she let her family be taken away. Instead of protecting them, because she thought of protecting the orphanage and the church first, and it always haunted her. And then in the last mission, she once again let 2 people be taken away, this time to protect children, but right now it still haunts her. And that's what, before, she would be quiet in prayer, or doing something for the children, like teaching French grammar, but now she's more spending time alone, smoking, and
You should not be
thinking.
seen smoking, because
Oh no, 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 totally. Yes, yes,
women should not
totally.
be
No,
smoking in occupied Paris, because their government is pretty sketch, actually. But yeah, yeah,
yeah. No, no. This is all like, in little secret hideaway
yeah,
places in the abbey, to which there
yeah,
are many.
yeah,
But yeah, there is a smell of tobacco to her
yeah,
now, instead of like, I don't know, incense and food. Um,
yeah.
so she's thinking about the comrade she let get away, and she's gotten a lot harder, which I think probably led to her promotion as Mother Superior. She's determined to get them back at any cost.
Mm. Now, one of the people who you have known for some time is young Amélie Deveau, who used to be in this orphanage and who has a sister still yet there. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And where does your character's thoughts drift when she has time by herself?
Well, that's an excellent question, Trooper. Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, she, her, and I'll be playing Amélie Deveau. She is a French prostitute. Used to be just a little Catholic orphan, but then she aged out and had to get a job somewhere. And what better place than a brothel for young, pretty women, especially when you're trying to, be a spy. It's a good way to get intel. And so she's a tart with a heart, as is her high concept says. And she didn't die last time we played, which was not last week, but last time we played, which I made her trouble aspect a serial killer pun just so she'd get murdered, but that didn't happen. And so now I'm like, what? I had to add more depth to her. And so when she's alone with her thoughts, I think that they because she's young, she's optimistic, she thinks of her sister, but she also thinks about like, oh, what to do after the war's over, because we can't go on for too long, right? Because she's young and optimistic. So she's doing the things that's like, well, I hope we win, but if not, do I because she gets some suitor offers sometimes, at her job, and she turns them all down because she's a working woman at the moment. But there might come a time when she might have to start thinking about some of them. And so I think she thinks about the future a lot for herself and her sister, and how she wants to be able to provide for her sister in some way or another, probably through marriage, because she is not getting any good job skills from her current occupation. So there's that, and preferably get married before the war ends or something, because that yeah, sympathizers are people who slept with the Germans. They don't get treated very well after the wars. Shocker. So she's thinking about the future, when the war ends.
And I am your GM, troopersjp, and I am very excited for this moment. We're going to start off with a little bit of a recap about what happened, to sort of place you all there, and then, well, we'll get there. So, our cell, they do not have a radio operator, so they rely on their courier, a man named Falstaff, who is the courier for all the cells in Paris and has a couple of cells outside. But what he does is he sort of transfers information between each. He's the field officer for the cells here, so he's in charge of promotions and awards and all of that sort of thing. But he's the only person who knows all of the cells in the city. He is also the plumber. If there are any security leaks, he fixes them, which might mean murder, if there's somebody who's been turned, but he's the person who does that sort of work. And there was information coming in that you all dealt with, which was that some children were coming into Paris from the east that everyone was on the lookout for, and he wanted you all to get them before the SS did. They were, they were children, indeed, but they were not just children. One of them was actually the son of a Polish noble, and they had a lot of important information with them. And there was a bit of a race to try to find these children before the Nazis could. And they were at the Velodrome, which is sort of like a big indoor, what we call it an arena, right? Is that what we call it? We call it an arena. Like an indoor, technically it's a bicycle track?
Stadium?
Stadium.
Is that a word?
Yes, stadiums are different than arenas, I learned recently. One has a top, one does not. Arenas don't have tops, stadiums do have tops, I think.
Stadiums don't necessarily have tops.
It's a stadium, right? So it's like one of these sort of bicycle race stadiums, but it's
one of them's topless. Let's just move on. Yeah.
I see. My thinking was, but which one's the bottom?
This is the question we need to know, right? But of course, it's used for a number of different sort of events. They have like boxing matches, and there was a circus there. And in the process, they arrived. They arrived before the SS. However, the temporary head of the SS, Elias Jaeger, was by himself there, and we weren't quite certain why, but he was there by himself first. And in the process of this situation, with the SS sort of coming in, our heroes found these children, and Eminike and Jacqueline sacrificed themselves through a spectacular act of violence that began some downfalls in their own way. A beautiful
set of dominoes fell.
A beautiful set of dominoes got set up and began to start falling. That created a distraction that saved Amelie, who was being led out by Elias Jaeger, who, unbeknownst to her or anyone else here, but everyone in chat knows, is a serial killer who likes to murder prostitutes for fun on his free time. And that did not happen because of some violence, and Sister Bernadette was able to bring the children out safely through this distraction. But in the process, Jacqueline and Eminike were both captured and taken away by the Gestapo who had arrived. There were a few other things of note, and that is, there has been some sort of leak. Someone has heard about Falstaff, or had reported within the Nazi regime, had reported on a Falstaff with a description that basically matched the Falstaff sort of an ugly scar on his face, tall, thin sort of fellow. And they were looking for him. And Jacqueline, through one of her, sort of has contacts in the German military, and passed along the location of a Falstaff, someone who was connected enough to the resistance that were this person be tortured, they would have things to say, but who was not actually Falstaff. And that person's name and location was passed along to Jacqueline's sort of Nazi contact.
A necessary sacrifice, she thought of it as.
A necessary sacrifice.
That was one of those moments of, all right, for the greater good.
And we will pick up a little over a week later from this incident. And because we're picking up a week later, I'm going to allow each one of you one role to represent what you've been doing in the interim. And we're also going to have some moments within this interim as well. But before you tell me what that is, I want to tell you a couple of things. Those of you who are currently in custody don't know these things because you don't have access to the news, really. But the rest of you, a number of things have been happening in the city in this week. Now, most of the time, I will say that both of you all had to spend some time and effort getting these children out of the country. And this week has been caught up with that, getting them out, getting these small children out, which is important. And I believe probably in the very beginning of the week, you probably would have met with Falstaff to go and, like in the first, like right after that incident, that first day or so, to sort of get the information, share that information, find out what happened, and sort of pass on, sort of try to sort of organize getting these children out. The children were spirited out of the country, and that is something that was positive. It took a bit of maneuvering. She had to, there's a lot going on, so you had to sort of lay low a little bit. But in this interim, some other things happened. It was maybe 2 or 3 days later when, well, first I will note that the officer in charge, the temporary head of the SS, has not shown his face anywhere for a while, because it looks bad. And gonna just note that one. But about 2 days after that incident, it was reported there were some raids on all over the place. There was a fire. A small bed and breakfast was set on fire, and the building burned, and a couple of shops next to it burned. A number of people died. It was reported that at least 10, 12, 15 people died in this blaze. After this fire, all of a sudden, the Nazis are everywhere. They're knocking on everyone's door. They're everywhere in everybody's business. Rumors of raids sort of happening after this fire. Discussion of wanting to keep the city, sort of order in the city. And you get then a report. Sister Bernadette and Amélie. A report, because you see, in occupied Paris, the German occupational government puts up these signs. Big posters. Quite large, actually. And they're always in red. And whenever you see these red signs, sort of like a, what do you call it? A paste, sort of pasted onto, there's a name for it, where you sort of take the thing and you dip it in it's like a bucket.
It's paste. It's
paste. I feel like there's a better,
cement.
No,
paste?
there's something paste. It's something paste, right? And these are sort of like pasted on the walls everywhere. And these, whenever you see these big red posters, you know that someone's been executed, or many people have been executed, because they are always the list of people who have been executed.
Yeah, the name lists.
The name lists. And in one of these name lists, a man named Falstaff was listed. And as caught and executed, as well as the names of some other people that you don't know who were supposedly resistance members. Clearly, what happened, either what happened at the circus with the children, and or a combination of that and whatever was going on with that burned building, has hit a hornet's nest. There was security everywhere, people on the streets. You had to sort of lay low, especially because it was very, very tricky. Not good at all, actually. Security and paranoia was very, very high. If you had been thinking about trying to rescue your friends, there was no space to do that at this moment, considering how hard and heavy security was. Jacqueline did tell you all, if I remember correctly, that she had given a false name for, like, a false lead for Falstaff, which means
We aren't as worried about that name popping up as the main group was.
Yeah, no, I recall I mentioned I gave a false name, or Jacqueline passed along that a false name was given, and basically saying they're on the trail.
Yeah. And that information was also given to Falstaff, which meant that Falstaff went to ground. He went underground. There are sort of secret emergency dead drops if something has to happen, right? Like if something is desperate, right? They're these very, not your, like you have a regular route where you would sort of pass messages amongst each other, but there are special ones that are special dead drops. Like your regular dead drop is something where like, in this Bible, in this pew, at this seat, there will be a note there. You come in, you get the note, you drop it off, you can check it. It's one of those things that you would sort of go to regularly. But there are very special dead drops where you do not actually have to go there. There's usually a flag, some sort of flag. It might be something along the lines of, if the shade is down in this window, or if the flower pot is upside down, or something that you can see visually. And if this thing is flagged, that means there's an emergency message at the dead drop there. So if you have, for example, there might be a brick that is on one side a color, but you can pull the brick out and turn it around and it's a different color. And if you notice the brick has been turned, that means you know you should go over there and pick up the message. But the point of this kind of emergency dead drop is so that you never actually have to approach this place unless there's trouble. But I will also note that the way for these things to work is it has to be a space that you can normally see without, like, within your sort of everyday life. And you have one for Falstaff as well. There is a small, like a neighborhood. You don't know where he sleeps, of course, because that would be bad for protocol. But there is, like, it's like a sort of like all these sort of apartment blocks with shops in a neighborhood. And for yourself that there is like a small there's like a small pub, there's a bakery, there's like a bunch of different sort of businesses, and if you ever wanted to give an emergency message to him, there is a space that you can flag there. And what you would do is there's a small flower shop that has like a flag outside that's hanging, and that flag has it's just like the name of the shop on it. It's like this small little place. It's like the flowers of May. And if you wanted to make a message for him, you would sort of tie a knot in that flag. And if he saw a knot in that flag, he would know that he needs to go and get a note from you that you've dropped off for him. And vice versa, there's a way in which he can go and make sure, probably something not inside the church itself, but right within visual distance of the church, like a small thing. So like a candle, right, outside the outside altar. So if you see this candle burning, then you know there's an emergency message, right? And so these are the ways in which you have that. Now, he has not dropped off an emergency message for you all. You might have done for him, but that's like in case this is important. And in this time period, as you're trying to get these children out, and our friends in captivity have other things going on, something else, well, actually a number of things happened. There are, Amelie, your brothel is raided by the French police.
What?
Yes.
Shocking.
Not the SS, not the Gestapo, but the French police raid.
La police.
Which is weird because they've all paid their protection, and they are all very much under protection of the regime. But the French police raid that place, and in the process, a number of women are arrested. A woman that you did not know was there, sort of a middle-aged woman who has been beaten, is taken out of the brothel. The brothel madam is also taken out, although she is returned.
She was back, yeah. She's
back. She is not taken out very long. But a number of people are sort of taken out sort of to be questioned. Or not questioned. We will talk about your questioning because that will happen. But you will have been questioned a bit, and then someone will have come to post your bail. And we'll talk about that for a moment. But that happens. There's a big raid on that brothel. And one of the last things to think about, sort of in your minds, all of you who've not been captured by the Gestapo for a while, is that there was an announcement on the radio. Elias Jaeger, the temporary head of the SS, announced that he has discovered through his investigations that his wife was involved, shall we say, the implication being sexually, with a person that he would have used female pronouns for, but who themselves they use male pronouns, but someone who's a famous celebrity in Paris, Violette Morris, who an Olympian, a French Olympian, French race car driver, boxer, wrestler, shot putter, like sort of like a big sort of athlete, who cut off his breasts so that he could race better in race cars, clearly, tended to smoke cigars, wear men's suits, date women in public, I suppose is the best way to put it, and who, before the Nazis took over, had been forbidden from competing anymore because of questionable lifestyle choices. And so Violette Morris, who is fairly, I mean, also he murdered someone, like, you know, they lived on a houseboat and had a female friend who also stayed there quite a lot, and some random guy ended up being on this houseboat, and Violette Morris shot him in self-defense. It was like a big murder thing, lots of scandal, but was acquitted. But this is a person who, generally speaking, has been somewhat notorious, and had already murdered somebody in a self-defense, I suppose. It's a little bit unknown. There were some questions about that, but it happened. And who, rumor has it, was all up hanging out with the French Gestapo, the Carling, rumor has it. Now, it's a little bit, Owen was invited to the big Berlin Olympics by Hitler, and Hitler was like, oh, you're so great. So there's a lot of rumors about this person, Violette Morris. Many of the rumors are quite vicious and terrible. Violette Morris is completely perverse and decadent and the worst. And how many of those things are actually true, and how much of them are because Violette Morris is kind of an openly transgender queer person in 1942 is a different question. But there was a lot going on there. And in this broadcast, Major Elias Jaeger, alerts everyone to the fact that his wife had been having some sort of affair with Violette Morris, who it turns out is the serial killer who has been plaguing Paris all of this time. Because as the person who investigates,
we don't believe that
serial
I almost
killing,
got murdered.
I mean, look, Major Jaeger is the one who investigates the serial killing and has discovered,
awfully convenient, isn't it?
it is, isn't it, that Violette Morris was the serial killer, and was involved in all sorts of terrible behavior along with his wife, and the city is then plastered with, and then he announces that he executed both his wife and Violette Morris, shot them in the square, because he cares about the people of Paris and their well-being. And he will let nothing stand in his way of friendship with the French, including his wife. And shortly afterwards, the red placards come up all over the city, with a picture of Violette Morris in his sort of Olympic swimming gear, and somewhat lurid sort of cheesecake photographs of his wife, like in sort of like boudoir photos, in a way that's clearly meant to shame her and to sort of make this whole thing seem sordid. And in the last day or so since this has happened, 2 days since it's happened, the city has turned sort of ugly in terms of its treatment of women, queer people, gender nonconforming people. In general, there's like sort of like an ugliness and a harshness that's happening. People are using this as an excuse to take out their frustrations on women, and it's already a really sexist regime anyway. Women can't smoke. Women cannot vote. The whole thing is like Vichy France is not great on women, and it's been its whole family values situation is not great for queer people, and so it's just a kind of an ugly and harsh time, which certainly Amelie would notice as people are sort of emboldened by this discrimination and hatred. Of course, news also involves Jewish people not being able to have bicycles anymore. They have to turn in their bicycles. It's just getting harder and harsher at this moment. And this is sort of like the sort of time frame of this week that is passing. And I'm going to have a moment with each of you. And I'm going to start because I have reasons. We're going to start with Amelie. Just
Okay.
a little brief moment.
Sure.
Just a brief moment. Amelie, you have been rounded up with everyone else. The entire brothel has been sort of picked up for the most part and brought down to the chief of police, the sort of the Paris Metro Police Station headquarters. And it is a bit of a pandemonium there. And it happened sort of in the middle of the night. Most people don't even realize it's happened yet. It is...
Right in business hours.
during business hours, which was very embarrassing.
Yes, middle of the night. How dare.
And you've been kept separated. For a long time, you were just sort of, there was like, you were all sort of sitting on these long benches, just oodles of women and also Johns. And people just not being allowed to speak, people watching you. And then one by one, any John who was an officer is let go immediately. They just get to go, although there seemed to be a little bit of a... there seemed to be a little bit of tension around that. That perhaps the French police did not want to just let them go, wanted to have a conversation with them first. You could just tell because of the ways in which there seemed to be a little bit of confusion about whether they're going to going or not going, but they all went pretty quickly. People are sort of brought in and out. And eventually, young Amelie, the police come, and she's sort of led into an office. And in this office, it's like not an interrogation room, it's an office, which might have surprised you a bit because, after all, that you might have expected to be in a, brought around to some sort of like terrible interrogation space. But you weren't. You're just sort of brought into an office. And at the office, there is an older man. And you can see, for those of you who wish to see what he looks like,
Yes, please.
Yes, this is him right here.
Aha.
There we go. And this is... he is the chief of police, as a matter of fact. Amédée Boussien, and the prefect. And he is...
Oh, if they came in the middle of business hours, does that mean we're all in various states of
I would like to ask you what you're dressed as. Because the brothel that you worked
There's so many themed rooms.
There's so many themed rooms. The 122 is infamous for its themed rooms. Apparently, you could travel around the world without ever leaving the brothel. They have, for example, they have like, this is very exciting. You may not know this. They have like an American room. They have an American room, which is like a log cabin. If you wanted to have like that experience of being in America, they've got the Orient Express, which is like being on a train, and the room there's like a little. They've reproduced a car, one of these train cars that they have on rollers so that when you're in this car, it will actually move. They have like a pirate one where they can have water thrown at you. Like there's a whole thing. And of course, there are quite a few religious themed ones because it is France that usually also involve S&M. Usually being whipped by nuns is happening a lot in this brothel. It is just a true statement. So tell me, What are you dressed as?
Oh, I'm looking. They also had a Rome-themed room.
Yes, they
A
did.
mysterious African-themed room.
Yes.
Recreations of luxurious yachts, Indian colonial scenes, and
Yes.
even a rural countryside room complete with straw.
Yes, if you wanted to have like a roll in the hay, they have hay
Yep.
there. This is and of course the bottom floor is this restaurant that is very, very expensive, where the waitresses are naked except for a flower in their hair, and sometimes they're wearing aprons. But it is the most decadent, and like royalty goes to this place. It's that sort of place. But what are you wearing?
Okay, well, I'm torn between Rome and that like really rural, like farm themed room. So if it's odds, it's rural. If it's evens, it's Rome. We're in Rome, so probably like probably got one of those like wreaths, like those like a laurel crown, like a bay laurel wreath in gold. It's not actual gold; it's just costume, and then probably like a very very see-through toga type thing, like with like, just because Greece was very in 2 decades prior, or decade even, and so that was they were style inspiration, so it's probably like a very sheer silk. Probably that's it. because prostitute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this man who's tired looking, older, sort of sits behind his desk and he looks at you. Yes.
She tries to do an awkward curtsy, but there's only so much fabric and it's all see-through.
Please sit.
Merci.
All right. Please state your name.
Amélie Devaux
And you work?
at the 122.
How long have you worked there?
A little over a year.
All right. Do you know why we have taken you here today? Are we making a roll?
Okay.
This is going to be. This is a new sort of thing that I've developed. It's called a clash. It's not a full conflict. Like a full conflict, you go until somebody concedes. But
Concedes is taken out.
Yep. But this is a clash. It's 3
Okay.
rounds. It's to see how it goes, right? It's like when you're not when you're ready. And he will begin with rapport.
Oh, wonderful.
This is an attack.
Oh, okay.
This is a rapport rather than an instigate, which means he's doing good cop rather than bad cop.
Bad cop. She appreciates it.
And he is going to go and he has a stunt. Which,
I'm sure he does. I have a stunt, but it only works on Nazis.
Yes, which means
he's not a Nazi.
This is going to be a pretty epic roll he's going to get, unless he rolls very poorly.
I'm sure.
A 6. Fantastic. I need your will.
My will.
Yes,
this
please.
is not going to be fantastic, I can tell you that much. Average.
He beats you by 5.
Oh,
Would you like to do anything about that?
so many. That's a full-on consequence. Instantly. I only have 1 fate point.
You have 1 fate point, and the group has 1 fate point.
I feel like it's really early to use that 1 fate point.
You can always get more.
Oh.
You can always get more.
That's the question he's asking?
Right now, he's just asking you if you know why you've been brought in.
I think in that case, I'm just gonna, again, I don't, it's so early. I'll take the hit.
Okay, so that's 5 shifts.
So 5, so I can take a 3 mental stress and a model consequence.
Yes. Since that attack is with style, he gets a boost on you.
Okay, that's fine.
That consequence
Yes.
should be, so that's a 2, right?
Yes. It's mild.
This is a consequence that should I think you should be shaken,
Oh, sure, that sounds appropriate.
right? Like, 'cause maybe
She has no idea why they've all been taken.
and it could be anything, right? It
Oh,
could be, I mean, you are
yeah.
resistance after all.
The only suspicion she might have is that one lady she didn't
Yeah.
recognize, but she has no actual idea. That's just a hunch. Let's put shaken.
Mhm.
Boop. It's on there.
So, do you know why you've been brought in?
No, monsieur. I do not know. I have no idea.
He looks at you with these very intense eyes. He seems friendly, but you can tell that he's watching every tick and move, and you don't think he believes you. Maybe he knows something. Maybe this is some kind of trap. You don't know.
I mean, there was one woman that when everyone was gathered together that I did not recognize, but I'd never seen her before.
I'm going to pass this over to you, and I'm going to ask what you would like to do for
Concede.
your turn. It's a clash,
I know.
so you cannot concede. It goes 3 rounds.
Oh, 3 rounds? Oh
Mhm.
gosh, I'm so.
I mean,
This
if you
is mentally
concede,
dead.
you give up a whole bunch of information is what happens. I mean, you can't
Yeah,
concede,
okay.
but you
I'd
give up
like
a bunch
to-
of information.
To try to convince him that I don't know. I'll describe the woman
So
that I saw.
maybe you want to sort of create. It does not sound like you want to do an attack unless you do.
No.
Would you like to
no.
sort of
I would
create an
like to
advantage
create
for
an
yourself?
advantage for
Yeah.
myself. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to, using all my rapport, to just say, like, this is what happened to me tonight. Don't know why. It's the same thing as I've done every night, except for that one woman, middle-aged. I had never seen her before. She looked terribly sad, beaten up. I hope she's all right. But then, that is all I have done tonight. Is my regular customers and business, and I'm just gonna give myself some alibis with my rapport, baby. Great.
He looks at you. It's a tie.
It is a tie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So, if you don't want to spend your fate point, you have a choice. You do not create the advantage, but you can get a boost.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can create the advantage, but he gets a free boost. That free invoke.
I don't want him to get a boost. Any more boosts on me? I'll take just the boost.
Okay. Yes, I know very well. I know very well if the woman was taken out, but I feel like you are perhaps have information that you have not shared with me. So,
What is it you wish to know, monsieur?
I want to know everyone who has come in and out of that brothel. Anyone out of the ordinary, any meetings you've seen, people coming in and out. I want you to... It just passes like a sheet of photographs towards you.
Oh.
And there are
okay.
like 8 photographs in there of a
Mhm.
number of different sort of people, all very, very closely cropped, so you can only see their heads. Actually,
face,
and
yeah.
none of them, not the rest of their body even. So it looks to you as if some of them are maybe some of them are mugshots that have been cropped. Some of them
Mhm.
are probably not mugshots,
Mm-hmm.
but cropped so that you can't tell the difference between a not mugshot and a mugshot, if that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
that's fair. Yeah, no, that checks out.
So, if you would tell me if you've seen any of these people in this place, and if so, in what context and with whom, how often, I would like you, if you would not mind, to share all of that with me.
Of course, monsieur. Was that a will again?
It is.
Okay. Oh, it's good. And I use my boost.
Yes. So that puts you at
5.
2. Yeah. So that's
Yes.
that's 2 stress you'd have to soak.
I'll take it. I'll soak that. I'm gonna be so stressed out, but I'll take it.
Well, you're being interrogated by the chief of police, the prefect of
Yes,
police, so
yes.
it is a tad stressful.
I'll take it. Yeah.
So, and in this, there are people you've never recognized
Yes.
ever.
Oh, she is genuinely gonna look, and unless it's like Falstaff, point out the people.
I'm going to tell you some of the people you recognize, and I want you to tell me if you actually do point them out or not.
Okay, please do.
Of course, you see a bunch of people that you've don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You see one person who's like an SS officer, but very low level, like some kind of lieutenant, who's like a customer who's been there multiple times.
Sure.
Nobody
Throw him
special.
under the bus.
No, like nobody special, but he's just like a customer. He has
Mhm.
been there before. You see a man that you've seen before, a French man.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you know him to be the head of the Carlang,
Oh, Pierre Bonny. Mhm.
Pierre Bonny. I don't know if you're supposed to know that, but you do know that.
I do know that. I know things.
You do know that.
Girls talk.
hmm You see a photo of Violet Morris
Mm-hmm.
there as well. You see one or two other people who do you have any criminal knowledge?
I have contacts.
Are they criminal?
They're not criminal. They're like more brothely. However, she did used to work in that really shady brothel. So I imagine she probably does have some. It's not a speciality, I don't think.
Yes. You can roll it though. If you have brothel contacts, that will work for this.
Okay. So yeah, because she talks to more than one brothel. Because she got friends in all sorts of places. So you want to roll contacts?
Yes, please.
With my bonus, it's +1, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Fantastic.
Yes. So this is basically a discover action. You get two, either a question and a boost or two questions. The first question I'm just going to tell you the answer to, which is, do you recognize any of these other people? And the answer is yes. There are a couple of other people that you recognize as being criminals, organized crime, but who now work for the Carlang. So you assume that they're probably Carlang, sort of high-ranking Carlang people. So that's interesting.
Yes.
Not everyone, right? Some people seem to be ringers, right? Sort of like just to test you. But there are clearly, like, the head of the Carlang is there, who was a police officer. But there are a couple of people who are just organized criminals, like who are mobsters, who are now working for the Carlang as well, and they're also in there. And
they're not French resistance. They're all going under the bus.
They're not French resistance.
Yeah.
One of them was in the brothel often. One of them was not. And you do recognize one other person who is someone that you don't know, but you saw this person in the company of Falstaff once.
Okay.
So some sort of resistance person that you don't know, probably from some other kind of cell, but you don't know who they are personally. They were not in the brothel.
Don't throw them under the bus.
And so he leans in. He goes, so? Oh, and also you have either a second question or a boost.
I'm going to keep the boost. I might need it.
Okay.
To defend myself. I recognize this individual, this man here. He's usually seen with these, and I'll if I saw any of them together.
And of course, they were meeting with your boss.
They're meeting with them. Oh, what's her name? I have it written down here somewhere. Fabienne, with Madame Fabienne, and I just all those anyone that's not that one person I saw with Falstaff that I've seen, just throwing them forward.
How often do they meet?
Oh, they met multiple times a week.
Do you know what they were talking about?
No, they did not like us to get too close.
What about this one? And he points to Violette Morris.
I've seen Violette with some of the Carlang people.
Not in the brothel. Maybe once in the brothel. Like, it's not like a huge frequenter of the brothel. Was there once, probably as a driver, dropping people off, picking them up?
I have seen them. I've seen them drop off people, pick them up from the brothel.
All right.
Maybe inside once.
What were they talking about?
I they were talking with these people. I do not know what they were talking about. So from a distance.
Is that
monsieur.
true? You do not know at all what they were talking about? You are, after all, a person who works there, and you are a person who... it is your job to hear things, and you're telling me that they met in this place multiple times and you did not hear anything. You do not know at all what they were talking about.
We are supposed to not hear things, but do I know who Fabian kept close who would have heard what they were talking about?
Yes. Fabian had her favorites. Absolutely, she had her favorites.
I would say, if you were not Fabian's favorite, you were not allowed to get close during their meetings.
Who?
But,
I want names.
Susanna is one of Fabian's favorites. Grace.
All right. You may do something on your turn for this exchange.
Yeah. I have a boost, which I might need to be like, yeah, this is the only people I've seen. I will. Can I use my context to create the advantage of like, of these are the girls that are close, like I've seen these people, to give more in-depth information about what I have heard.
Yes.
This is versus who might know what he would like to know.
Yes.
To create that advantage.
Yeah,
since that's what he's asking about.
That's a difficulty of a 2. That is an advantage with 2 invokes, because you know your brothels, and you're like, let's say we'll call this brothel HR. We'll just call this for the moment. With 2 free invokes, because you know who she hangs out with. You know who she's close to.
Like, I was not one of them, but I can totally tell you who it was. I would prefer if you did not mention I was the one who... He said all these things to you, though, so that I may keep my job.
He takes the names down. And he looks at you and he goes, I think there is something that you are not telling me. And I think you know what it is. You know why I've brought you specifically into this place. And I already know half of the information. I think it is time that you tell me the other half. It will go much better for you if you do. I already know your secrets. So I think it is time that you come clean. If you do, you are going to be in a much better place. So I think that it is your last chance to save yourself and save the lives of those that you care about, that you work with. Tell me exactly what you know that I want to know.
Oh, of course he rolled a 10. Okay, that's a will, isn't it? Okay. And then I have a boost.
You do, and you have an advantage.
And I have my advantage. That's 6.
It is.
Total. That's 10.
It is a 10.
Yes.
However...
Oh, no.
He does have a boost that he got on you, which he will spend, bringing him up to a 12 versus your 10. And I need to know exactly how your brothel HR is going to help you with this. He's looking deep into your soul to find out what information.
I am my favorites, or Miss, Scarlet's favorites. That she sometimes goes by the name of Scarlet. I'll put that out there, because I probably know that.
Yeah, but don't you think he might be talking about the resistance stuff? Is that what he's thinking of? Is that what he's talking about?
If that is
that what he's talking about? Does he know that you're resistance? He's beating you by 2 at the moment.
He is. I do have a fate point, but he couldn't be asking about the resistance.
What if he is? You don't know. By the way,
pretend not to know.
By the way, you're shaken, so I will just take that free invoke on shaken. So he's beating you by 4 right now.
Rude. Nuke me right out the bat, Trooper.
He's beating you by 4.
Why don't you?
You are in the prefecture Metro
He's
Paris.
beating me by 4 specifically. I
That
could
is correct.
spend a fate point and have a 2, but my 2's already filled, so
It
I'd have to
is.
go up to a 4 anyway.
Yes.
So I might as well just hang on to my fate point.
Okay. So he looks you deep in the eye, pointedly, and I imagine it could very easily be that he knows all about your resistance friends. I mean, after all, Eminike and Jacqueline have been captured. Maybe they've talked. Maybe he knows something. This might be your only chance to say something to save your life. You don't know. You're going to have to take a 4 consequence.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
What would be a really good mental consequence for this moment? I think it would be perhaps paranoia.
Paranoia? Sure. We can go with paranoia.
Right? I feel like...
Mm-hmm.
Or, yes. And so he leans in. So tell me what it is exactly that I want to know.
And because he beat me, do I have to tell him
Nope,
about the
because you've not been taken out.
Nope.
Because you've not
I've
been taken out. Mm-mm.
Okay.
That would happen if you were taken out, but you have
If I
not
was
been.
taken out, which is not far away.
Mhm.
Let's just say that. Whew. Monsieur, I've already told you everything that I know.
You know something else, tell me.
I do not. She's like going over, like mumbling.
There was a woman beaten in your brothel, and you tell me you don't know anything else? I do not believe
wish
that.
I did, monsieur. If I knew who's responsible specifically, I would tell you.
When was she
maybe-
brought in? Who brought her in?
I had not seen her before. The
I don't
fight
believe
tonight.
that. Tell me, who brought her in?
I do not know, monsieur. I cannot tell you. I wish I could.
I need a roll from you.
Yes. I'm
Are
sure
you
do.
lying?
She is not lying. She does not know who that woman is.
Then
She doesn't even know
report.
name. She doesn't know when she was brought in. She's shaken,
Mm-hmm.
paranoid,
Mm-hmm.
and she has no idea. Oh, yeah.
Wrong button.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to fail but get a boost, partially
Uh-huh.
succeed, or succeed at a minor cost?
That was the 3rd round, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So my options are, I'm not taking the fail. Partially succeed or succeed at a minor cost.
Mm-hmm.
Could I know what the minor cost would be?
The minor cost would be that he wants to keep his eyes on you. He believes you, but you're a person of
Mhm.
interest.
Mm-hmm. Oh, how is that different than partially succeeding?
Partially succeeding, he doesn't completely believe you, actually.
Oh, okay. Which he might still keep eyes on me then.
But in a different way.
But in a different way. We'll go with the success at a minor cost.
Okay. He looks you up and down.
And there's some very delicate tears. I think she's kind of mastered the art of the cry, but this is genuine tears. I'm like, I don't know. I wish I could help you, but I can't.
The big difference, too, is that because he believes you, he is going to let you go. If he didn't...
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
All right, I believe you don't know anything about this, that you have told me everything. I will keep you 24 more hours, I think, in case you remember something else.
Oui, monsieur.
And as he says that, there's a knock on the door, and a police officer, lower ranking, comes in and pokes his head in. Prefect? Oui, what is it? The young lady's husband has come to bail her out? And he looks at you. Your husband is here?
I'm like, I shouldn't have a husband. Married women aren't allowed to work. And I'm a prostitute.
And he looks at you like, what is all of this about?
And she'll oh, I'm so bad at lying though. Which is maybe not great for a French resistance member, but I'm so bad at lying. Bear one more, perhaps. I am unwed, sir.
Not her husband? She says she's unwed. Whoever that is, perhaps you should bring them in for interrogation in that case. You can be removed.
Oui, monsieur.
And the police officer sort of takes you and sort of moves you down the hallway. And you can see this prefect looking very tired in his office. And as you are sort of moving by...
And as I leave, I will go, best of luck in your investigation, monsieur. She does wish him a good investigation, just because he's looking into this and not French resistance stuff. So, yeah.
And as you're walking down the hallway and being sort of pulled through, there's a young man who waves to you. And he goes...
Do I recognize him?
It is a black man in a suit, sort of young looking, that you've never seen before. And he goes, and he waves at you, and he goes, dear, I've come to bail you out. You've never seen him before in your life.
Can I try to read his, can I vibe check him?
Yes.
Can I see what he's
would be
about?
Empathy.
Empathy? Yeah. I would like to roll a vibe check. Good. Is he a fellow resistance member trying to save me? Is he a mole? What are his intentions? I was almost serial killed the other day.
You may ask a question that you can get from this vibe.
So yeah, I can't just be like, what's this motherfucker trying to do?
You could ask that question, but you'll get what will be sort of... It seems as if this person... you get two. It seems as if this person is trying to get you out of there.
Yes, but why?
That's unclear. It does not... You're not getting like a he wants to murder you vibe, though.
Oh, that is really reassuring.
Yeah. Sort of like a bit of a... trying to get you out of here.
What are
recognized
his intentions? Like other than get me out of here, like other than the obvious intentions, what are his not so obvious intentions, I guess is my wording.
Ooh, that would be harder to sort of suss since you just see him across the hallway.
Okay. Because obviously his intention is to get me out of here.
You could ask maybe for an aspect that you might be able to suss.
I forget we can do that. Yeah, give me an aspect.
You could suss his trouble aspect. Partially.
Okay.
This person is a woman in disguise.
Okay.
And from the accent, probably American, very good French accent. Sounds like a dock worker, but is probably an American woman disguised as a man.
Okay. Okay.
Which is probably not gonna be a Nazi.
Interesting. Exactly. So curious. Can I get a question and a boost?
You got your second question. Your second question was the aspect.
Okay. What was the first question answered?
Intentions.
Intentions.
Not
well,
trying
I said
to murder
aside
you?
from getting me out of here.
Not trying to murder you?
Okay, not trying to murder me. Great. Okay, and then I will say, oh, my love, fiance, you need. I've told you need to stop telling people we are married already. The wedding is in a few weeks.
He sort of shrugs and nods, and he goes, "I'm sorry. I've come to bail out my fiance."
I was just released.
And the police officer's like, looks a little skeptical.
And to convince them, I will plant a smooch.
And Charlie puts his arm around your waist, smooches you back, and hands over a wad of cash. Like a wad of cash.
Heel up. Boop.
And the cash is significant. And the officer looks at it, says, oui, you are free to go. Madame, monsieur?
Merci, monsieur.
And
I'll link arms with my fiance, and then walk out
and this young man, or
and wait for us to get clear, so I can be like, "Who the fuck are you, and why do you know who I am?"
and he just goes, "Tsk, tsk," and he takes you down the street, and there's like a work van around the block, and he opens the back, and he leads you in, and inside there are a bunch of people who worked.
There's definitely a pause before I get in the sus work van, because again, it's almost serial killer. Remembers the vibes,
Yep.
and then it's like, okay, not gonna murder me.
And there are a bunch of women who worked at the 122 and a couple of the gents who worked at the 122 inside this van, with like a couple of other people, random sort of people who look like dock workers, random people who are all there probably who picked up bailed out people. And they wait until like one or two more people show up and fill in the van, and they drive you off to a different brothel where you were all sort of unloaded and sort of into the back of this other brothel where there are a number of people from the 122 who have been basically, it seems like, bailed out and rescued and
I just poached.
given food, sort of like
Yes.
sort of given some time to relax. And there's a woman there, sort of like a big burly woman with her sort of sleeves rolled up, and she goes, just wait here and we'll get you some food and rest, and you're free to leave in the morning if you wish, but for tonight you can stay here. Welcome to the Little
Merci.
Bird.
Oh, merci, monsieur.
And Eminike.
Yeah.
You have been left in this interrogation room for days, not given any food. When you are about ready to fall asleep, somebody comes and wakes you up, but nobody comes to talk to you. You just sat there, alone. But you do hear screaming down the hallway. A lot of screaming from different people. The sounds of violence. You were brought to a building, Avenue Foch, one of these big sort of apartment buildings with, 6 floors, these Haussmann buildings. Where the higher up you go, the smaller the rooms are. And this is the headquarters for the SS, the Gestapo. This place is called the Avenue of Horrors because a lot of them are here, and this is just a place where at any given time during the day you can just hear torture happening when you're walking down the street out front. And you know they will come to you sooner or later. And you're surprised they haven't yet, at considering what you did. But after about 3 days, a man walks in. Officer of the Gestapo, maybe a captain, walks in, sits down across from you. Monsieur, you have been caught. There's no reason for you to lie or hide anything. You have a choice. This will either go well for you or it will go badly for you. You will take fingers, toes, fingernails, bits of your flesh, whenever we feel like it. We will do things to you that you could only imagine in your nightmares. Or you could tell us what we want to know, and then we will let you go. It is very simple. Are you prepared?
Who am I speaking to, or what's your name? I assume you know mine.
Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, I know a lot about you. You are an open book. We like to do our research. We know where you're from. We know everyone you associate with. We know everything about you. So there's no need to... Why don't we just start at the beginning? I am Captain Jakob Ortmann, and I will be your interrogator for today, and maybe forever, unless you're murdered. But if you play along with us, then we'll let you go. It's easy. I have no great desire to get my uniform bloody today, so we can make this very easy. First, just give me your name and your code name, and the name of your organization. Just a simple, easy question to begin. And he has a very official-looking sort of pad of paper that he's going to write everything down on.
I don't really have a code name.
That's embarrassing for you. You should have a code name. I'm sure that you have a code name. So, first, last name, code name, please.
I thought you said you have everything on me.
I do. This is the time where we are establishing rapport. You tell me your name and your code name, and I know that you're cooperative. It's easy.
My code name, at least, what I used to be called was Fuck Off. Yeah.
It's interesting. Interesting. Fuck off.
But you can call me Off.
Off, yes. Let me ask again in a bit more of a specific way. And he just takes a pair of pliers and he puts it on the table, on his side of the table, just there. There's stains on them, blood stains. So, let me begin again. Baseline questions. What is your name? What is your code name? And, if you would, what is the name of the organizations that you work for? And he's going to roll Provoke because he's not being so nice.
Yeah.
This is a legendary. Roll Will. And this is also a clash. You have 3 rounds to survive.
Yeah. Okay. Where's... I don't think I see Will on mine.
You should have it somewhere. Let me see.
Mm-hmm. Will is your social defense, basically.
Yes.
Oh, I do not see it on your sheet.
Oh, I don't see it on your sheet either. How strange.
That is bizarre.
Because it should be there. Where is it? Oh, it is there. I do see it. It is.
But I didn't see it when it was all.
Yes, but it's on the
That was
sheet.
weird.
Yes.
Weird.
By the way, because you would have had a milestone, if you like, you may swap that will, which is currently a 0, with one of your level 1 skills for this moment.
Oh, I think I'll switch you with Medic.
So we'll have,
Will.
yeah, we'll have Medic be a 0 and your will be a 1 for this moment.
Okay.
Because that is a thing you can do. Please roll will.
Okay. I'll be honest, I don't remember how to play the system very well. So what are some ways I can boost this?
Yes, well, first he gets to do his first strike.
Okay.
So roll to see where you go first. That's a 2. So he's beating you by 6.
Oh.
There are things you can do. 1, you can spend a fate point. That fate point will give you a +2 or will let you re-roll, but I would not re-roll from what you rolled.
Yeah.
And that will give you a +2. There's also a group fate point that you could spend, which would give you another +2, but you would need to have an aspect that would be relevant.
Okay, and they beat you by 6. So what happens if
Yes.
they beat you by 6?
So you will have to take that 6 either in stress or consequences. You currently have, you actually get
Okay.
1 more stress box. So you have a 3 stress that you can fill in, a 1 and a 2. Those are all options. And you have a 2, 4, and a 6 consequence slot. If you cannot soak, you're taken out and he gets the information he wants.
Okay.
You can only use
I
one
will-
stress box per soak, but you can use as many consequences as you like.
Okay. Okay.
So he's beating you by 6. You could do it. Take a moderate consequence and
Mhm.
fill your 2 stress box if you
Yeah.
wanted to.
I think I would do that.
So mark
Yeah.
off your 2 mental stress box, and then you're going to take a moderate consequence. But because you've not been taken out, you don't have to give up anything. And I think that we sort of just move to the outside of the room, and as we sort of drift to the outside of the room, you see him pick up the pliers and move towards you. The consequence that you should have would be broken fingers. You now have a chance to do what you would like to do. This is round 1. You can...
I recommend creating an advantage for yourself to defend with.
I recommend ripping his face off.
I assume I'm bound right now.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
handcuffed.
Mm-hmm. Now, you can try to psych yourself up, which would give you an advantage. You can try to psych him out, which might help you. What would you like to do?
I will try to psych myself up.
Okay. What would you like to do? What would you like to use to do that?
So what skill I'd like to use, right?
Yeah. What skill would you like to use to psych yourself up? I feel like it should be will, but tell me if you have another option. You could maybe use fight as well to maybe sort of make it so that if he tries to hit you, you're able to sort of like move like with the blow.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with fight.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Regulate
I
your
could-
breathing. That'll
Mhm.
help
Yeah.
a lot.
Mhm.
Regular
Yeah.
breathing.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yes, that will get you 1 advantage with 1 free invoke. And I think we should call this maybe in the zone. You have 1 free invoke on this. And he puts the pliers down and he says, wipes off a fleck of blood on his cheek, and he says, "You know, we have your man, Falstaff. We've already caught him. He's already told us everything. Everything about you and your group, all of your friends. We know about the Sparrow. We know about the rest of your group. We know about Falstaff. We know where you stay, where you meet. I think I would make a deal with you. I will let you go to return back to your group if you just agree to tell us everything that this group is doing. Report back to us. Because you see, what you did was, listen, I'm your friend. I don't want to hurt you, you see. It's my boss. He wants to kill you in a very violent way. He wants to take the flesh off your body in small strips, slowly. And I have no need for this to happen. I mean, I can. And he sort of just pulls up a small flaying knife that he has in his inside pocket, puts it back inside his jacket. But I don't really have the time for this. I would rather, and I've been telling him this, you know, I would rather you just become one of our agents. A double agent, as it were. And since we already know everything in Falstaff, well, he's not going to make it out of this at all. But you can make it out of this, which is a lot more than you could imagine, but considering what you've done, I'm the only one that's standing between you, well, and a flaying, really. He's going to make a rapport attack on you, trying to, make you think that he's perhaps your friend. And as he makes this rapport, the good cop, he just sort of slides a small glass of water over to you. Does you wish? And he sort of hands the water to you. He's going to let you have some water. You haven't had anything to drink in so long. And he offers this to you. This will be a will.
Okay.
2, he's beating you by
2.
5. You can, you have that free invoke.
That adds what? A
Plus 2.
It adds +2.
So you'd only be beating you by 3.
3. And you could soak that with your empty 3
Mhm.
stress box.
Yes. If you like. That's just some stress.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take the free invoke.
Okay.
And
Tell me how being a good fighter and psyching yourself up for this has helped you resist this moment where he's offering you water. To help you out.
I think it's a case of when I think Eminike in his heyday, when he was young, he used to get into fights all the time, and he would enter into kind of like a almost like sees red. So I think it's not even a case of resisting the rapport. I think he's so angry he didn't even hear what this person was saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So he offers you this water. What do you do? And I will note, it is your go. You have a choice on what you'd like to do here.
I take a sip and I will spit it in his face.
Let me ask you about that, because that feels like you're trying to do something here. I feel like you perhaps are
Certainly
trying
feels satisfying
to create an advantage. Perhaps. Now, this could be a full-on attack, but I feel like you're trying to create an advantage here. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to create an advantage.
Using fight, I feel like maybe you're trying to psych him out, perhaps.
right in his eye.
Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to I'm trying to freak him out.
Yeah.
With how unusually calm. I am right now.
Please roll your fight. I believe you have a stunt, however, that gives you a +2.
I have a stunt called Nazi Puncher.
I believe that gives you a +2 to that would be to attack rolls is what it would be, actually. That would be a +2 attack roll. So wait, this would not count. So please roll it.
How do aspects, I think it's an aspect work, but I need to use a fate point for that?
Yes. It gives you a bonus or a reroll.
Okay. 2 again.
It's a tie. Because he rolls a 2 on his will to resist your ability to psych him out. So if you would like, you could, because you have 1 fate point, right? You can spend a fate point.
Yeah.
Or to create that advantage, or you can just a boost, which is just a one time.
So boost or advantage?
I'd take the boost. Because you don't have to spend it.
I'd take the boost too. I'm not mouthing it while on mute.
I'll take the boost.
You spit the water in his face, hits him right in the eye, and he's...
Sorry, the water here is god awful.
You can see that it's, he's not... You've just kind of, thrown him off a bit. Well, this is the 3rd round of your clash. I see you don't want to do this a nice way. You know, I have all months. Come, let's be friends, shall we? And he grabs the back of your head. He says, I'm going to ask you, Tell me exactly who you work with, their names, where they stay, where we can find them. And tell me you're ready to join us. This will be his Provoke Attack, which for him is there.
Okay.
Will to resist. And you have 1 boost.
Okay.
That boost will put you to a 2.
Okay.
That's 4.
Okay, so
So at this moment, if you do nothing, you could soak 2 of that with your stress, and then you take a mild consequence for the other 2. Or you spend a fate point, boost yourself up to 4, and only soak the stress. And consequences take a long time to recover.
I think I'll use my fate point.
Using which aspect? What allows
Great
you...
under pressure.
Okay. The fate point is used. You'll have to take 2 stress. And he slams your head against the table.
Oh!
Over and over again. But you have been in a lot of fights. And do you get bruised? Yes. Do you get a bloody nose? Absolutely. But are you able to just slip so that it doesn't actually break anything? Yes. And this goes on for hours. Him asking you, telling you that he already knows everything. He just wants you to confirm it. He can save your life. They already have all of your friends. But your response to all of this is what?
I think like the occasional. I think honestly, he goes wait.
Yes?
I need to ask a question,
All right.
and then I'll tell you what you need to know.
Of course.
I'm trying to decide on what questions to put on an exam paper, and I don't know if cubics are too difficult for
What?
12-year-olds.
What are you talking about?
Cubics, ax cubed plus bx squared plus cx. Did you not? Is that on the curriculum with the Nazis? I'm sorry.
You know what? We've heard about you already. I'm going to give you 1 roll. Do you have, let's say, maybe empathy? If you would make me an empathy roll.
Oh, it's not good. Yeah, I'll do empathy.
Mm-hmm. Terrible. He's mediocre. So he looks at you and he says, "You know, I do already know your name. I have your employment records. I know what matters to you. People have been talking about you already. So not so many black men in Paris. By the way, there are lots of black people in Paris. So, you're very obvious. I'm going to let you know this. I'm going to leave. I'll be back tomorrow. And every day after that. But you have to know that you're too obvious. We already know everything. Your friend Jacqueline has not given us information yet, but it's only a matter of time before she too gives up the information that we already know. I'd like you to think on this.
So that's a no on the cubics.
It is a no on the cubits. And he stands up and he mutters something under his breath. Something. And he walks out, leaving you alone in this room. Of course, he takes the glass of water with him. You survive this clash. Jacqueline,
Wait.
you are kept in an interrogation room for a couple of days. No contact, no one says anything to you. And on the third day, the door opens. And Captain Huber walks in with a Gestapo person by his side,
Okay.
probably interrogator. And Huber says, Mademoiselle Perrot, I'm here to just ask you a couple of questions. I have been given permission from the Gestapo to ask just a few questions, if you don't mind.
It's so good to see a friendly face.
Not so friendly, of course, he says.
Wait, I understand circumstances are difficult, but
Please note that
someone I know.
Yeah. And there's a weird tension between him and the Gestapo guy. It's just kind of like a slightly weird vibe.
Okay. Can I
Yes.
just right off the bat, can I kind of get a vibe check?
That would be empathy. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That's one of my best.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is great.
It is great. Are you wanting to get a vibe check on the Gestapo guy or on him, Huber?
Huber, I want to know if
You may ask either
Yeah.
2 questions or a question at a boost because he only rolled a 1. So you have
Uh-huh.
succeeded with style, and you can decide on that second one after the first.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the basic question: does he seem scared of the Gestapo officer?
No.
Or rather, in the sense of, I know everyone is scared of the Gestapo in
Yes.
general, but does he seem
Yes.
directly afraid in this moment?
No. What you get mostly is a sort of it's a little bit weird, right? There's some kind of there's a mix of emotions coming off of him. They're a little bit complicated. One, there's a little bit of a nervousness, like he's trying to hide something from the Gestapo officer, but also a little bit of gratefulness for this Gestapo officer, like the Gestapo officer might have done a favor for him in some kind of a way.
Okay.
But also a bit of arrogance and confidence. Like, it's a kind of a weird mix of, like, he seems to feel like he's in a good situation. Like, he seems to feel more or less secure about his plan, if that makes any sense. He seems like he's got it under control. You made him a little bit nervous with the friendly comment. That seemed to be, like, not part of his plan.
Right.
But it didn't seem like it scuttled anything, right?
Okay. Okay. And I'll save the other.
For a boost?
Yeah, I think a boost of. Can I have a boost of?
You don't even need to
something
name
along
it.
Lines of.
You don't even need to name it until you use it, because they're just boosts.
Yeah.
So he says, all right, I'm going to need to ask you a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I have been given the permission to do the interrogation. Mademoiselle Perrot, if you
Let
would,
us begin.
what is your name? And the Gestapo guy has a pad of paper.
Yeah. Wait. Je m'appelle Jacqueline Perrot.
And he turns to the Gestapo agent as if, see, I told you, right? Like, as if this was like a confirmation. Good. If you would, I need you to recount here for the record how many resistance members you have turned in already to the Germans.
At last count, Monsieur Huber, of course you know best, but I think at last count I was up to, was it? It was 12 or 13? No, we are at 14 now with Monsieur Falstaff.
I'm going to need from you a roll.
Yes. I will say the number is accurate.
So, rapport.
Oh god, I just realized I said that out loud to the other people who were...
It's fine.
Yep.
We
okay.
figured out a character. I'm not gonna lie. Fine.
Just ixnay on the 8 or
In
tray.
character, we'd be aghast. Out of character, yeah, we suck him.
Yeah.
The Gestapo agent peers at this to see whether or not how they sort of feel about this. And they don't pick up any kind of mixed feelings, any kind of anything. It seems very straightforward to them, what you're saying.
Yeah. It's the basic truth.
It's the basic truth. And I will note that Huber is not actually making attacks against you. I'm just going to note this, that this is an interrogation, but he's not making attacks against you.
I have noted.
The benefits of a double agent, I suppose.
And he goes, and Huber just sort of turns to the Gestapo agent like, I told you.
Yeah.
And the Gestapo agent just sort of like, just writes it down. He goes, all right, we have indeed captured this Falstaff person. He's being interrogated as we speak.
Thank goodness.
Yes, as is your the cell member, I suppose. Apparently his code name is Fuck Off. This is not given anything up yet.
The rude man.
Yes. Do you have anything we might be able to use to get him to, or they can use, get him to talk? Some sort of, some things we could say that would sway him.
I would have... Ooh. That's a difficult question. Is like distant acquaintances. One of those I meet in passing every now and then. Alors, I don't know too much. I don't know the details, but there might be how you say, you know, some people you strike a wall, you only hurt yourself.
Oui. Yeah.
But you pour water on it or something, you know, you be gentle and it all comes apart. Try perhaps coffee. If you have the real thing.
And the Gestapo agent
I can provide if you are lacking.
No, we have this. And the Gestapo agent is just making all the notes.
Coffee. Also, I believe there's a fondness for how you say beef.
The Gestapo agent is just writing down everything, and Hooper's like,
this sort of. I'm not saying direct bribery, just sort of. You find the crack in the wall, right?
Yeah.
And rather than a big hammer, you take a chisel and you.
Yeah, this is good. I'm gonna need from you a roll. I would like a discover.
This is outright
action.
fucking lying.
Yes, I would like that from you. I would like a deception. I would like you to be a little bit of a liar.
Well, that's right. We're the group that's not great at lying.
Yes, a little bit of a deceive, if you don't mind.
Compared to the other group that's like, I'm sorry, you want us to be nice to people and be honest? Or what?
That's not. I have 0.
Because you would have a milestone, you may swap your 0 with a 1. Everyone can do that.
Do that. That brings it up to a 0.
A 1. Right? Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Oh yes, it does. Yes, a 0.
No, it's 0.
And the Gestapo agent sort of listens and says,
"Can I use a fate point here?"
Yes.
Because I have the wonderful aspect of I don't want to fail Eminike again.
That is true. That would bring up to a 2.
If you use
I
your
will-
boost, you'll tie.
That is correct. You will tie, which means you can get a boost out of that.
I would like that
Or
boost.
that's
No.
a fail, but you get a boost. Or you can succeed at a minor cost, or partially succeed.
I would prefer to succeed at a minor cost.
Okay. The minor
No,
cost.
I want them to.
They're going to be nicer to him as a way to sort of try to break him.
Exactly.
But the minor cost is the Gestapo now feels as if you also will be working with them, so they might be calling upon you, not just military intelligence.
That's not the worst outcome. Jacqueline will take it.
Okay. And Huber, you can see, is trying to maneuver this conversation. He's, listen, if you would, I will give you the opportunity to make a rapport.
Okay.
Rapport discover action. That being chummy, because you're being friendly.
Yeah. I'm cooperating fully.
Maybe through your chumminess, they might slip a couple of things.
I will say throughout this conversation, are they close? Are they keeping distance?
Huber's not.
Are we? Okay, Huber's not.
The Gestapo agent's a bit further back, just taking notes, because he's
Okay.
agreed to sort of be in the back seat for this moment. And Huber is sitting near you. He's actually not at all. It's very relaxed.
I would like to spend another fate point, if I may.
There is a group fate point.
Oh wait, hang on. I just realized my refresher is just one, so I've used my one fate point.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. No, then this is not a fate point.
Okay.
I'm simply going to say if there is no specific thing keeping me from this, and depending, am I restrained?
Technically, just for a little bit longer. We just have a few as a small questions.
So, assuming it's just
Oh, you're not restrained. No, you're not. Actually, you're not restrained at all. You're not in bonds. You're just sitting at the table.
Okay. So Jacqueline will sit in such a way to be close enough to, I would say probably about this point in the conversation, just kind of slip a hand and just gently caress Huber's fingers and just remind the man of previous contacts.
You can see like the edges of his ears get a little bit red, right? Just a little embarrassed, as if he's just trying to not let people know, right? At this moment. And he's just, and it's very subtle, right? Because the Gestapo agent is writing notes down. But give me a rapport.
It's a 3.
Good. So, I will give you 1, and then you have a choice of a boost or a question.
Okay.
And he says, listen, we have a pretty good idea of who this man is. We think this person is an American with a code name of Charlie, who worked at this sort of part of this sort of some sort of resistance, or it's a little bit unclear. The status was a bit strange. Whether or not it was resistance or working in some other sort of capacity, but we have a sense of who this is. It's a Black American sort of person. So we know a bit about them, but anything you could tell us to help us with this person would be very helpful.
Charlie.
Yeah.
But I secret might.
And that is the answer to the first question, which was what might they know about this person? You can now choose either a question or a boost. And you can, because it's related to Eminike, you could give that boost to him if he needed it. That can.
I was going to say, I'm going to give that boost to Eminike by answering with, but Monsieur the Charlie, I convened was Sicilian. Are you sure perhaps Charlie is not a moniker shared by several agents?
How many black
perhaps
agents can there be?
You would be surprised.
Huh.
Also, perhaps it is not. Perhaps it is also other. My Sicilian contact was not black.
Strange.
I think perhaps this is more of a designation of location
Perhaps.
rather than location or role rather than person. Perhaps it was one of those, you are Charlie today, you are Charlie tomorrow, you are Charlie on Friday.
Perhaps you're right. So, if you don't mind, to make this convincing, do I have your permission to, I'm sorry to do this, but to give you a bit of a punch?
It is not the first time, and perhaps it's not the last time.
And I was given permissions that I am allowed to do this, and the Gestapo agent sort of nods. He goes, all right, if you could just turn your head just to the side a bit. And he sort of like lines up the punch, closes his eyes a little bit, and sort of makes a smack, and it gives you you're scuffed up a little bit. There's a bit of a couple of punches here in sort of very visible spaces that will not hurt too much, but will leave some bruises.
Okay.
I'm so sorry to do this, but we're going to let you go. And we don't want people to be suspicious of your freedom.
I'm going to interject, or rather, Jacqueline is going to interject, going to kind of feel her face, and it smarts.
I'm sorry about this.
It's. Well, she looks at the Gestapo agent and goes, "You are professional?"
He nods.
Looks at Huber and goes, "I know you are ambitious. A professional, perhaps, can show you better." Because Jacqueline also knows that Huber is being way too nice.
Yeah.
And if it's going to be convincing, not only will this help recover with the Nazis, but it will help recover with everyone else.
Yeah. And Huber goes, but I don't.
And I am going to. I assume this is going to be some sort of consequence, but I'm going to take it.
Okay. You will take it, and we will bank. The consequence is going to be, we'll say, beaten black and blue.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
2. But you're going to get something from that when you call upon it, right? Yeah. You're banking it now for the future, and this is where we sort of like put the curtain sort of passes as he sort of like. As the Gestapo agent sort of looks at you and nods.
Mm-hmm.
But you will be let free. And later that night, and we are going to go to break as the curtains open on Sister Bernadette. And when we return, Sister Bernadette, we have a question. But first, we have to go to break. Everyone, hydrate, get yourself relaxed, and stretch your legs.
Feed your cats.
Feed your cats, feed your plants, and your pets. And we will be back in 10 minutes. And I will just note, I want to thank those who have donated. We've got 100 bits from Hawkeye who says, ooh, it's time for Team A2 to show how great the other powerful cell works. Absolutely. Rissa Armad, $25, who says, so good to see the Saints again. Hope things go well tonight. As do I. And so we're going to go on a 10-minute break. When we come back, Sister Bernadette will have some things to do.
The United States government presents This is Our Enemy. Tonight, united nation goes forward with the determination to win this war and bring about a just and enduring peace. But we cannot win our war or make our peace unless we understand the character of the enemy we're fighting. That's why your government is bringing these programs to you. Later, we'll hear from Richard de Rochemont, authority on the European underground movement. This is a program of truth. This is the truth about our enemy. For those who suffer and bleed at the hands of our enemy, the world enemy, there is one voice which has always spelled hope. Hope even in the midst of despair. Hope for a better world. Hope for a peace with justice. Hope for victory. On a day in June 1940 in a small French village, a man and a woman, Dr. Gaston Durand and his wife Françoise, sat huddled before their radio. This was a critical time. The Germans had broken through at Sedan, and the French army was falling back in complete disorder. On this very day, in France's most defenseless moment, Italy had declared war. Yet, to these two people, the voice coming from the radio offered hope and faith.
In our unity, in our American unity, we will pursue two obvious and simultaneous courses. We will extend to the opponents of force the material resources of this nation.
Listen, Françoise, the American president.
Roosevelt?
Roosevelt.
And at the same time, we will harness and speed up the use of those resources in order that we ourselves in the Americas may have equipment and training equal to the task of any emergency and every defense.
Françoise, they will help. They will come.
All roads leading to the accomplishment of these objectives must be kept clear of obstructions. We will not slow down or detour. Signs and signals call for speed. Full speed ahead.
You hear, Françoise? You hear what the American president has said?
Yes, Gaston, yes. Brave words and promises. But it's almost over. And this time the Americans did not come.
But they will. They must. We were allies before.
How can you still have such hopes? After Dunkirk? No, it is over.
But the American
It is too
president...
late. The Boches are almost in Paris. No, Gaston. I have only one hope left. That Jean will come home alive. Perhaps they will at least spare us our son.
What life could there be for him in a France that was not French?
A France that was not French? Well, how could that be? Yes, they will probably take Alsace and Lorraine. And France will be poor, that without doubt. But we lost in 1870, and that was not the end.
In 1870, we did not lose to the Nazis. The Poles, they have lost to the Nazis. And look at them. No, no, no. I could wish that Jean not come back at all, if it is to such a life.
How can you say that? Oh, you are hard.
Oh, no, my dear, no. But we shall not lose. We shall fight on somehow. And the Americans will come one day. Hitler is their enemy, too. They will come, and we must help. No, no, do not despair for our France, my Françoise. One day they will come, the Americans. You will see.
That was June 1940. An unprepared America did not come. The Germans overran all France. This was the new order, the master race. Frenchmen became little better than slaves. 2 years passed. By 1942, the Durand, Gaston, Françoise, and their son Jean faced nothing but a hopeless gray eternity under the Nazi heel.
No, it is no use. One won't be able to hear London tonight. It must be the weather.
Oh, I'll feel better if you don't. They're worse than ever about listening to the foreign radio. Whoever thought it would be like this?
Not you, certainly. They will take Alsace and Lorraine, you said.
Well, at least Jean came home. He might have been taken prisoner and still be in Germany.
Who isn't a prisoner now? Occupied France. But I did want news from London. The Americans are doing such things, Francoise. They have established themselves there in the Solomon Islands, miles and miles from home.
Gaston, these old wild hopes. So the Americans have an island in the Pacific Ocean. What has that to do with us? What can even your Americans do against the Nazis if they must fight the Japanese half a world away?
Don't you understand, Francoise? This is a new kind of war. There is no front anymore like the last time. Everywhere is a front. The Solomon Islands, Stalingrad, the air over London. Even a little town in Normandy like this.
Look, my poor Gaston. The Americans have been in the war almost a year. Remember when you heard the news, you were so excited? You thought they would land the next week. But how has it helped us? I ask you. Has it changed anything for us?
But they will come, Francoise. The American president...
Yes, Gaston. Yes. Jean didn't say when he'd be home.
No.
Where does that boy go? If I ask him, he just grows irritable.
Who can blame him? No regular work, not enough to eat like the rest of us. Nothing to look forward to.
At least he's safe.
But is this a life for him, Francoise? A provincial doctor's son living with his parents. No future, no opportunities. No, it is as I said, a France that is not French. There is nothing for him while it remains so. He could have a job, yes. He could go to Germany and work for them. But he would rather starve first.
I know, he's your son. But what does he do? He slips in and out, is gone for more than a day sometimes, but he won't say anything. Jean, is that you?
Yes, Mama. Good evening, Papa.
You're hungry, Jean. I can get you something.
Thank you, Mama. That would be welcome. But something quite simple.
What else could it be in these days? Why, one stands in line for hours just to get a couple of eggs.
Papa.
Yes, Jean?
Papa, there's something you can do. Something only you can do. Don't ask me how I know. It's better if I don't say.
I haven't asked. You have been away a great deal. I wondered about you, of course.
We know just when one of their munitions trains will come through. All the plans are made.
I don't know much about such matters, but doesn't one need equipment, explosives?
Everything is arranged, I tell you.
Then what can I do?
Well, you know they watch us like hawks, all of us. Especially us younger ones who are in the army. If we make a move or go only to a neighboring town, they stop and search us if we carry even a parcel.
Yes?
But with you, it's different. You're a doctor. You carry a little black bag everywhere. You come and you go from village to village.
Oh, I see.
Papa, a man in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois has stolen a little dynamite. He's afraid to deliver it to us. Any of us would be stopped and searched. But you... Father, will you?
Perhaps this man in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois, perhaps he is ill, huh? Or his wife is ill?
Oh, Father, I knew.
A routine call to a sick patient.
Yes, that's it.
With my little black bag, naturally.
Yes, all quite normal. No one would suspect a thing.
And what then? How do I deliver the...
When you get back, you'll stop at the Lion d'Or for a brandy.
Perhaps rather a glass of vermouth at 5:30 or so, as is my custom.
Good. If for some reason your mission hasn't been successful, don't stop at the Lion d'Or. But if you do stop there for a vermouth, one will know you have the dynamite in your bag. You'll tie up the horses in the carriage shed behind the Lion d'Or. Leave your little bag in the carriage. When you come back, the black bag will still be there. But it will be empty.
Wouldn't it be safer if I delivered it directly?
No. It'll be better if you don't know to whom it is delivered. This involves several people, naturally. If one doesn't know, then not even by chance or in a dream, not even if the worst happens and the Nazis should try to persuade you. They have ways. You understand?
Yes, it is better. It will be better if I know nothing.
Then tomorrow you'll call on a patient in Saint-Clotilde-des-Bois. you will receive a call to come. It'll all be quite regular.
No.
Francoise,
No, you will not do it.
I thought you were out.
No, I listened. I sneaked back and listened. I will not let you do it. Throw away your lives for nothing.
It's not for nothing, Mother. A whole munitions train. Supplies that can't be replaced. The work of many Germans for many days.
Jean is right, Francoise. You did not feel this way when he went to war. Sorrow and worry, yes, I felt that no less than you. Still, it was for France. And this is for France. A whole munitions train. It is a big thing. A soldier, a good soldier, could fight through a whole war and not accomplish half so much.
During the war, yes. When there was some chance of success.
Hello, everyone. We are back. People are doing there's a little bit of eating so that people can, because it's stressful. People do not want to lose their blood sugar. By the way, I just want to check. Where's everybody at with their fate points? You still have the one for the group.
I have mine.
Everyone's got yours except Jacqueline has given up hers.
I do not have mine either.
Okay. All right.
Team Prison doesn't have fate points. Team
Prison, no fate points. It's fair. Mother Superior.
Yes.
There are a couple things for you.
Okay.
The first is an opportunity.
Ooh. Okay.
You've had about a week, and you've had a lot to do getting these kids out. But you do have, I would like to know, because unlike some people, you have not been interrogated or sort of messed with in certain ways. So you have an opportunity to create an advantage that you have done over the course of this week. That you have been maybe working on some things, setting some things up, and you have the opportunity to do that as what you, like in your montage of what you've been doing over the week.
Okay. So, Reverend Mother Bernadette, obviously, since her promotion, obviously now she's technically like the CEO of the Abbey.
Yes.
So she has all this opportunity and all this paperwork, obviously the daily running of the Abbey.
Yeah.
But also it's kind of like helped her hide the smuggling a little bit more. Especially since, she's now in charge of running the day-to-day.
Yeah.
So one thing that she has been getting in is weapons. Which isn't very nun-like, but,
I'm not going to judge. I'm not judging.
Warrior of Christ.
Holy crusades are sometimes necessary. Especially in the face of evil.
Yes.
And another thing that she's been doing is kind of like positioning people outside of where her colleagues are held, seeing who's coming, seeing who's going. looking for weaknesses, maybe.
So I'm going to ask you to make a roll. You have a choice.
Ooh, I love choices.
Resources to get some guns.
Okay.
Or tradecraft for schedules and weaknesses.
Okay, so they're both fair for me. Although tradecraft has a little asterisk next to it for some reason.
Which means you can specialize.
Nice.
So you can specialize in things like forgery, breaking and entering, codes and ciphers. Tradecraft is like the general skill that covers all sort of like burglary, thievery, and spy things that are not like stealth or demolitions, that kind of a thing.
Okay, then I think I'm going to use tradecraft.
Would you like to say what your specialization is?
I'm trying to remember what I did all that time ago, because I clearly chose it for a reason. I must... Oh, I'm just looking over my ass.
By the way, one of the reasons why they're most superior is because you have the faction aspect Mother Observer. In my mind, that just is... that just makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Thinking. So many options.
Like, I suppose, like, you could... There's a lot of different things you could come up with that would be a good specialization for tradecraft, right? It could be even things like... It could be tactics, even, I suppose. You could have, like a tactic specialization. You could have, like, you can imagine, like, what would be, like, a... Because a lot of these skills are pretty broad, right? And so, like, the specialization allows you to go and be like, okay, but in this way, right, I'm actually specialized. Like, if you're a medic, you could be, like, a veterinarian. That could be specialization.
Yeah, I would say ciphers and codes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so she has a vast network and she has all these little orphans running around and stuff.
Yeah.
And so she's taught everybody this one specific code that's just for the saints, just for the abbey. And that's how the communication is being passed around to get back to her, because she doesn't really go out a lot.
Yes. Especially now.
Yeah, especially now. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do that roll.
Please. Fair. This is a tie.
Okay.
Because it's not particularly difficult to have all of your people running
Not
about.
if it's using her specialization, then she'd have a 3.
But the specialization is in ciphers and codes. And this is more to sort of like figure out schedules and observation.
Okay.
So it wouldn't hit your specialization. It is a tie, though. So you can get a one-time boost on it, or you could spend a fate point to get a full-on advantage. And boosts go away right after they're used, but and they don't have like the depth of truth about them, whereas advantages do. So if your advantage was surveillance, says Riss says that would work. If you had if your advantage was we know the schedule, like we know the schedule, that is a true statement, right? That means you do always know their schedule, and that is just at least until they change it up.
Yeah. I don't think it's a more permanent thing. I think it's more of a temporary.
Perfect. So
I'll take the boost.
We'll take the boost, and then we're gonna just say. We'll just note that you have their schedule, right? But you can shift that up. So I'm going to note this.
Okay.
Your orphans are watching this building to see who comes in and who comes out. What's happening, what the schedule is. And one of them sort of comes up in a bit of a rush. A bit later in the week, and goes, it's a small girl who is actually much older than she looks. Not much older, but some older. She's probably 13, but she looks about 10 because there's not enough food in some ways, right? So she still looks a bit young. And she goes, Reverend Mother, they've... And then she like sort of like does a curtsy. they have brought in many people in vans, trucks. It looks like they brought in 15, 20, maybe more resistance people, I think. They look like
Question, Trooper.
Mm.
I'm sure you know, but wasn't it the military that took those resistance group cells in? And isn't it the SS that has our people?
Yes, that is
so
correct.
Why are they going to the SS facility?
There was a big... Some people did a bunch of maneuvers, and some other people are doing some follow-on maneuvers, shall we say.
Oh no, so the SS also... Oh no.
Because they're like, we also don't want to look bad. As it were, right?
It's not just those 2-3 cells that are down. There's like 5, 6. Fuck, okay.
The cells have not been demolished. They just took some consequences. Yeah. They've taken maybe 15 to 20 people in. They've taken them, I think. I thought I should let you know.
Thank you, Sophia.
And she raises her hand as if she's in school.
Yes, Sophia?
They don't normally bring in people so much. This was different.
How so, Sophia?
Normally, they just have regular business. They don't have big trucks, but they brought in 2 big trucks of people. And then a German man in a uniform, a different one, army uniform, with a lot of, on his, a lot of, came in with also people, and then they were there. I've never seen that before. They were in for some hours. They came back, and they took 1 truck of the people away with them.
And 1 truck of people walked away?
No. They all look the same. The bush. So the ones in the black uniforms that came into the building you said to watch with the 2 trucks of people, and then later, ones in the gray uniforms came. The other ones, the army ones, I think. One with a lot of things on his uniform came in with soldiers. They came into the building, and then they came back out, and they took 1 of the trucks of people out with them. They took 1. So I think they stole it.
Okay, Sophia, that is very interesting. And she just reaches in her drawer, and then she's managed to get herself some hands on some American chocolate. It's just a small bar. She just kind of pushes it over the desk.
And she eats the little square, right? Real fast. And you can tell she's thinking, I should get more information. She goes, people come in, they don't come out.
Anyone we may know? Your teacher, perhaps?
No. Wait. A woman. She's come here before. I've seen her.
Blonde, brunette.
She's the one who's sometimes not so nice, but sometimes nice.
Yes.
I saw her.
That one.
She was... I think she was in a bit of trouble. There were people that were taking her out of the building. And...
Did she go into the truck?
She did go into a different truck. There was another one. And... it didn't seem good. It seemed bad, I think. Maybe. But then there was... what do you call it when the truck doesn't go?
Broke down?
Yes. And so there was an argument with the driver and then other soldiers were arguing. Oh, she looked bad. Like they did bad things to her face. But there was an argument and then I don't know, they had to fix the truck. They fixed the truck. Then the truck went away. But I saw her. She was not in the truck anymore. I think she went out the back.
Ah. Very good. And then I pass over more chocolate.
Chocolate. As she eats the square of chocolate, and I got a good mark on my math test.
There's just like a small smile, just kind of like twitching, but she's obviously still trying to be, you know, Mother Superior. I'm sure God is very, very pleased with you.
Okay. Go back out.
It is almost mass. Make sure you wash up.
Okay. And she like just looks at the bar of chocolate and then she heads out and she's got chocolate over her face. Our Sophia.
Bribing kids with chocolate. Oh God, I feel evil.
You shouldn't.
You shouldn't. But if you check your notes, the places where notes are left, there is a note left for you. That was somebody must have come in at some point in time during the day and left a small note in the Bible. And it's in code, but it's a code that you know. It's a code that you and Falstaff use. And it says the following. 1. Report on reliability of your cell. 2. The children are safe. And something important is coming because of them. Pay attention to the radio. You all did this. 3. I'm not dead. No signature.
Considering it's our special code, I probably... I don't need a signature. I'm relieved. I immediately burn that piece of paper, though. Immediately. And I go to... So I know that...
And by the radio, they mean, because you don't have, like, a radio operator, they mean Radio London, right?
Yeah. So I know that 2 of my cell colleagues are at least walking free. So I put out the sign that they should come to church.
Yes. That the coast is clear.
Yes.
And I believe this would bring us to the moment where I imagine Amelie would go. With Jacqueline. The sign has been put up.
How much time has passed?
It's been like a couple days. Like probably like a day or so.
There's
Yeah.
I'm just kind of considering.
And for you to know
whether or not Jacqueline is...
They've given you a situation where you were able to escape,
Mm.
right? So that it doesn't look as if they just let you go, because that would be weird.
Yeah.
But
it's mostly that sort of, is she actually taking the time to ingratiate herself further with the captain, or promising to make good on that another day?
they want to let you reintegrate so they can come back. It's like they're like that penny that's like, we'll just wait and then we'll come back.
All right.
Also, they're a little bit
Yeah,
busy
no.
right now, as it turns out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's fair. Also, yeah, Huber has probably got a lot to do.
Yeah.
Plus, Jacqueline wants to get back to her place, get herself fixed up,
Yeah.
because being in confinement, as kind as they were, and as much as, you know, her particular position had some leverage, it's still not easy. And there are certain things that need to be taken care of, and if you want to maintain appearances,
Yeah.
specifically, you know, if you want to continue to be called Mademoiselle and not the opposite, then there are certain things that need to be done. So yes, back to our own home, and a promise to Captain Huber of, you know, we'll find time another day.
And, you know,
And then she goes and turns around and probably has to retch somewhere.
Yeah. And Huber, it turns out, ends up being a bit busy, because it seems as if them over in military intelligence have gotten some things going on.
That's so crazy. Wow.
Like, they end up having, like, he's a little bit hard to get a hold of, because it seems like they've got something going on, which probably involves dealing with various resistance people.
Right now, that's not the concern. But yeah, once Jacqueline has had the time to fix herself up again and get back to feeling comfortable in her own skin, if the sign is up, then yes, by all means.
Who arrives first, Amelie or Jacqueline?
Probably Amelie. I work at night.
It's true.
And the brothel's probably closed for a couple days.
Just for a couple of days. I will note that Luke has not worked up enough nerve to talk to you again yet.
Okay.
Not yet, but but you have been asked to come back to visit if you're not going to stay and work here.
Oh,
because
okay.
they have some questions they'd like to ask you if you could be helpful.
Yeah, if my brothel was closed for a couple days, she would have stayed at the Little Bird brothel for a couple days, and then kind of been like, well, the brothel's back open, going back to the 122. Not because I'm a spy or anything, and that's where all the good intel is, but, you know, because it's the cushy prostitute life.
Amelie, you arrive. Sister Bernadette is there.
Bonjour.
Ah, Amelie. How happy I am to see you.
You as well? It has been quite hectic the past few days, no?
It has. Things are very busy on the outside.
Indeed, my brothel shut down for a few days.
I heard.
I was interrogated by the police. The chief of police. It was very stressful. He was asking all sorts of questions, not about the, you know, but mostly about what had happened, which I have no idea what that was, so.
I may have some information on that, but we should wait a little bit longer.
Oui.
I feel like this might be when Jacqueline may arrive.
I feel like she'd be walking proudly, but bearing all the marks that came out of the incident.
Oh, Jacqueline, are you all right?
No. Look at me. But I'm alive. I'm out. I managed to lighter them enough after certain pressures were applied.
Both of you follow me. And like Sister Bernadette leads them out of like the main part. And we go to the bell tower.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Do it.
Drac,
But
make a roll. Make a roll for me.
We've timed it well so that we're not deafened while we're up there.
We'll meet at 9 p.m. at the Belton. No.
Drac, if you could roll for me something that, if you are sitting here in captivity, right, and they leave you alone for large stretches of time, what are you doing in this? They're going to interrogate you every day, but what are you doing in the meantime when you have time alone? Like, because we've got a couple of days before we get to this moment that you have time to do things, set up advantages, or, what might you be doing?
What does the room in look like right now?
It's a sort of a room. They put you in a room with like a cot with a straw mat on it, with bars over the windows, small windows. You're up on that sort of they've turned basically in like an office or an apartment into a cell. So you've got like, you're in a one room with all sort of concrete around you. You've got a bed with straw. You've got a window that's pretty high up and small, that's barred, that you can get a bit of light in. You're probably on the 4th floor. When they go and take you to interrogation, they take you out of this room. So like, your routine is that you're in this room there. They'll pick you up. They'll take you out. They'll bring you into a different room, usually on a slightly lower floor. That looks a bit more like an office, right? That's a desk, right? Usually maybe an actual sort of window, that's coming in, because it's probably somebody's office where they do their work, and then maybe also torture people and interrogate them. And they sometimes take you to different offices, just depending on, they sort of mix it up. It's always the same interrogator. But your day is usually, you're sort of put in this room, you're left there. You were given very little sleep, very little food. And then after about 2 days of torture, all of a sudden, they let you sleep. You're brought in like steak, potatoes, some Brussels sprouts. Only one good meal that day, but you're given it. You don't know why. Probably because they're trying to soften you up. Who knows? But that happens. And you're sort of left alone for like 2 days, just being given like some water, some food, sleep. You know they're going to come back for you.
Okay.
But you have this sort of time, right, when you are sort of unsupervised. And I want to know if there's anything that you do to sort of try to help yourself out.
I'm trying to decide what kind of person Eminike is right now. I think
you would guess that you're normally kept on the 5th floor, and then when you're given interrogations, you're probably on the 3rd or 4th floor.
Okay. I think Eminike, if he can, like whenever he's brought a glass of water, he'll try and like, if he can, chip like a piece of it off. Like every time, if it's a new glass, he's chipping another piece off, kind of like hiding the pieces, probably under his bed. And it's like, I think that's what essentially doing, like making as best as he can, subtly getting like breaking off pieces of like the plates or the glasses he has, so he can have like there's something that will hurt if you threw it or ran it across someone's face.
Try to craft a weapon, like a sort of makeshift weapon.
Yeah.
Can you roll for me crafts, which you currently have as a 0?
Yeah. So let's hope I do semi-decent.
That is
one.
Poor.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You have a boost.
Yeah.
The boost, you are not particularly aware of this boost because you did not earn it, but it was gifted to you. And this boost comes from Jacqueline. And I think this boost, which will like give you a 1, which will be enough to get you a makeshift shiv, basically, is that for some reason they're a little bit looser with you than they were before. They were always like keeping you like under like bound, right? If when they were in there, they would like search you often. They were often quite harsh and in your face all the time. But then something happens and they start being nicer to you. Not like they're that nice, but clearly like they give you a knife and fork to eat the steak with, right? They give you actual utensils. And people are still watching you and paying attention, but I think that boost will be just enough that you notice something has changed in their behavior, and that is that boost that came from Jacqueline is just enough to say that you're able to spirit a steak knife away from them.
Okay. Without
being sort of noticed. So it's hidden, right, in your cell, but you have one.
Okay. And I've put it like in the, I guess, best case mattress, like just right in this, I can get it easily, but also not visible.
Yes. Sister Bernadette, I need you to make a resources roll for the Saints.
I was going to say that the boost can probably be applied in the sense that if they're now suspecting that Charlie is not perhaps necessarily even just one person, then there's not really a need to focus all that much.
Yeah. Now, he did go and he did beat up the head of the SS, which is a real bad situation to be in. But they think that if they're nicer, he'll talk. And they also think that if they can, so like there's like a real like backing off a little bit because they figure that's going to help them get him to talk. And also they think that maybe he's not this mastermind Charlie that they thought about. So like there's a little bit of a pulling back, which just gives him enough of a wiggle room, right, to sort of get that shiv. Sister
these
Bernadette.
Resources.
Yes.
Yeah, these resources.
The Saints resources.
The Saints resources.
Is this for
guns? We're getting guns.
No, this is because you have to survive the heavy.
Can we use our +1 from London?
First, you have to roll.
Okay.
Roll first. This is a survive because every week you have to deal with an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Ooh. We use our +1 from London, making it a 5, which means you
succeed. You needed a 5 to succeed.
Look, last week there was rolls made and someone was like, hey, yeah, we'll use that +1. I was like, but what if we didn't though?
So you're as a faction, you do not take stress, so you do not because the thing is, it takes a lot. You have a lot of children to feed. You've got a lot of like fake papers to pass through. You've got like things you're needing to move about. And that takes a lot, especially considering that there's very little fuel, leather, like just so many resources are just not available at this point in time. So it's very difficult to keep your operation running, but
you have to let Dot know that paid off.
Someone is a mother superior and someone has amazing organizational skills and is able to keep this group together.
And for some reason, I seem to be rolling very well today.
Yes.
Just gonna knock on my desk to make sure I didn't jinx myself.
And so I leave it to you three to ponder your situation.
So we're up in the bell tower.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Bernadette reaches underneath her apron, where she's got some pockets. And she kind of pulls out this, like, really beaten, kind of looks like it's taken a bullet, silver cigarette case, probably taken off a battlefield somewhere. She cracks it open. She takes one, she offers you both.
Merci.
So I have some good news and some bad news.
Which would you like to start with?
Your preference.
I don't care.
Let's start with the good news then?
Oh, mind blank. 1 minute. I just wrote it down.
Oh, we can start with the bad news?
I guess I was expecting the bad news first. Then I was like, oh, wait, I am not prepared.
Whichever one you remember right now.
The bad news.
Mm.
There is a lot of activity going on at those offices.
Mm.
Little Sophia came to me this morning,
Oh.
and she explains about the uniforms and the comings and goings.
Interesting. This has happened today, no?
Yes, that is how I knew you were. Oh, sorry, a couple of days ago. This is how I knew you were. Okay, Jacqueline.
By the way, Sophia also lets you know when, like, the help comes in, because they do not do cleaning themselves. Just noting it. But, like...
Are you saying all the Nazis don't run around with mops?
They
Like,
do
let's
not
clean
run
up
around with
all
mops.
blood.
They do.
Okay.
But, like shifts of cleaning women come in and out.
It's gotta be one of the worst cleaning jobs.
Yeah.
Because of all the blood.
Yes. So, like, she lets you know, because you have that boost, right, about, like, when the cleaning women come in and out. You kind of get a sense of the shift changes as well. At least at the moment, things sort of get mixed
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. I also share that information that we have their schedule. We don't have a lot of time.
Alright.
The good news, Falstaff is alive.
We
And
suspected as much, but confirmation is great.
Uncaptured and alive.
Oh.
Okay.
But Jacqueline, I need to know. Did you see Enrique?
Indeed not. Eminike is captured. I know this much. I know he's being held. I know they're attempting to get information. I think there was a bit of a mistaken case of identity. They believe they have captured Charlie.
Do I know who Charlie is?
I just met. Did Charlie introduce themselves?
No.
Okay, so I don't know that that's Charlie then.
No.
Do I know, not necessarily a Charlie's face, but a Charlie?
Because I totally met Charlie today.
I would need you to roll for me
Yes.
either tradecraft or contacts. Well, depending on what your contacts are specialized in.
I have contacts.
What would your specialization would you like?
And it has a little star.
Yes.
Um,
If your specialization is, let's say, the resistance, then yes, you can roll contacts.
No, I think last time we were here, I think
church?
it
Church,
was the
yeah,
church.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Was the church was-
tradecraft.
Okay, tradecraft. Boop.
No, you've not
Oh,
heard of
but-
Charlie.
Unfortunate. Okay. Okay. I do not know of this Charlie.
Actually, hang on. I'd like to make a roll to see if I know who Charlie is. If I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Could be contacts, depending what your specialization is. You could make a case for how often do you go partying? Really is the question. Also,
as often as possible.
So there are a couple of options for you, right? There are a couple of options for you.
I have a night job.
Night job. Contacts would work as a skill roll. Um, I would also say, because we're talking about somebody who rapport could happen. Your contacts. What is your specialization in contacts?
Basically, it's vague, I know, but people who know things.
Information brokers.
Yeah, I was thinking more the opposite. Not the information brokers, but the information havers.
Right.
Basically, specializing in
broker.
figuring out who
Mhm.
knows things, who to go to for finding out things.
So that implies to me that you may not know a janitor, but you might know, for example, like the shift lead of a place, or like maybe somebody's accountant. Like you would like the people who are like
the people who are usually in the back rooms who hear a lot or see a lot.
Yeah.
And then I just come to them and go like, hey, innocuous questions like, was so and so at work today?
Yeah. I would say in this case, you're gonna have to go with well, let me ask you this question. Resources also has a specialization on it. It doesn't have that asterisk, but it does. What kind of resources would your specialization be? Because we have people who have like criminal resources, people who might have medical resources or military resources, whatever kind of like where your resources are specialized in.
Resources, I think, would be dealing with whichever category you would put, falsified visas and transit papers, documentation.
So you have two options here. Criminal, which means you get forgeries. You have places to get forgeries, that kind of a thing. Or administrative, like what would you call like civil servants, right? Like you've like, those are two different options that you could
Criminal for sure.
Yeah. I'm just
not even a moment's hesitation there.
Just asking. Rapport. And I will say rapport because you have a history of partying.
Okay. Oh, that's not good.
Not enough. You do not know a Charlie either.
Okay. So
nobody knows Charlie.
Well, I mean, you
That's
actually
the
do
name
know
of the
Charlie,
game.
but Charlie did not give you a name because
I mean, we could probably assume he's black.
The problem is I don't know this Charlie. I know the Nazis, I believe, whoever it is a black American agent. I don't know, but I told them all kinds of other things, and I think they believe me.
Resistance agent?
I don't know.
I met a black American earlier this week, a couple of days ago.
I'm sorry, what?
I met a black American a couple of days ago. They came to get some people. Met girls at the police station.
Oh, wait. Hello. I suppose maybe you have met, in fact, the real one. Perhaps their information is correct. After all, well, whatever. I told them I knew a Sicilian by the name, so
yes, we can further them as much as possible.
I think they might be a little confused.
Confusion is good. Confusion buys us time. I have a plan.
Oh, good. I was hoping someone would.
We have the schedule. If you two glamorous ladies do not mind rattling it, I think we can get Eminike out.
That is my firm top. I'm all ears.
We dress up as cleaning women. We break into the building. And we get Eminike out, dressed as cleaning women. We return to the church. And unfortunately, you have to be nuns for a little while. All of us.
That's going to be a problem for me because I do not know anything about. I'm sorry to say, Well, on that, I know nothing of the scriptures.
Is that a nun position at the brothel? Is that the...
I can take that one. I
She
can take
pulls
that
a,
one.
she pulls a face like, are you serious?
Oh,
I think
there
I
was
would be a
a
better
few,
nun
actually.
at.
Is a thing.
I would not worry
Riding
about
crops?
scripture.
Um,
I would not worry about scripture or riding crops. This uniform, while not flattering, is armor. And no one will look at you twice in it.
Right. Well, whether it's here or at the brothel, I will put it on.
I can tell the brothel that Tina has come down with some illness and asked for a couple of nights or two not work, so that we may lay low.
Unfortunately, I do not know what it is like inside, Jacqueline. We have to rely on you for that.
Here we face an issue. Several people have seen my face.
That is what disguises are for.
How good can you disguise the damage?
You'll be very surprised at what I can do. I wasn't always a nun, you know.
What were you before you were a nun?
That would be telling, and that is my secret between God and me.
Well,
I'm also quite good at makeup. I could wear less of it and people may not recognize me.
God is a privileged individual.
But, you know, scrub all of that off your faces, and you'll be surprised what you'll look like. Especially, you know, a drab cleaning woman.
Don't scrub too much of it off my face.
But that is the plan. I know it is bold, but we cannot leave Eminike in now.
I can tell you where Eminike is not.
That is good.
I can tell you that the Gestapo are careful, inquisitive, dangerous. And if we are going to do this, I refuse to go unarmed.
Do I have guns? Because I would love to just open up a crate right now and just be like, ah!
This is how this goes. You know how in heist movies everybody gets themselves ready?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is our heist movie moment.
Oh, amazing.
Each person, including Eminike, gets to make one roll to represent their piece, right? In this sort of like build-up. Also, I will note the Saints may also make an attack to try to weaken up the SS before their assault. Yes.
I have a suggestion on that
Absolutely.
front. Specifically because Jacqueline was imprisoned. Brief though it was, she's a very attentive and very careful person to note whatever's going on. So she will note everything possible about those surroundings, about the layout, about in the time she was there, will have paid careful attention to when guard shifts were changed, etc.
I feel like that's investigate. Because investigate is like long term, right? It's like awareness is short term, but investigate is like long term analysis and putting things together.
Yeah. So basically, I'm going to tell you where I'm going with this before I make a roll, because I don't know if you might want me to change it. Basically, the idea is that using that information, try and get some sort of signal to Eminike to just be ready. And whether that's using one of the orphans to just drop a note through the bars, or whether that's, you know...
that could also be contacts, actually.
Yeah. The other thing I was considering was, specifically because the contacts are with what we've just discussed, people in the back rooms who might have information.
Ooh.
And that
I might be able to get a note to Eminike. I have really good contacts. One of my best skills.
You might do better at that than we could do. Well, combined forces, essentially. Basically, Jacqueline can point out what might be the most probable location based, in this case, purely on educated guesswork.
Or like when he's being moved, something like this. So I feel like investigate from Jacqueline, perhaps contacts from Amelie.
Okay.
Because how I want to do this contacts wise is I know girls at the brothel. Who are the clients at the brothel? Well, people in high ranking positions at the SS. If one of the brothel workers or something happened to say be black, perhaps they could have a note passed to their cousin.
Yes.
Through one of the SS officers.
And
Drac not having or Eminike not having a cousin would probably know that that's a sign that so that's why I'm thinking to deliver that note.
Here's the thing, you know, France as a colonial power has actually has a lot of right has a lot of black citizens who are in Paris at this moment, lots and lots of them. So absolutely yes. But what role would our Reverend Mother want to roll as part of this plot? If we've got investigation and contacts to sort of get the information, warn, sort of get Eminike a good heads up.
Okay, so I have a specialization, contacts, church. Now I do wonder. Here's my line of thinking. Okay, if nuns and priests have been going to the Gestapo headquarters, you know, read last rites, you know, try and soften up some of the things by showing that there's someone here that will take care of them spiritually, because that might be better than cleaning ladies.
We pose as nuns to enter the. I like that.
I have a slightly.
And no one ever suspects the nun.
I have a slight alteration. Also, they did in fact suspect the nuns, but that's a whole different thing.
They did.
Yeah.
The problem is optics, right? Like that's the problem. The problem is it's like one of those things where you do not want to lose the support of certain populations, right? So certain things you have to.
They suspected the nuns, but they could only do so much.
They've put the
you can't go round up a convent.
You cannot round up a convent. No. They have the Archbishop of Paris under house arrest, which has ticked off so many people that they're being a little
lenient.
They're playing nicely, as it were. You know what I mean? Because
I'm going to request to adjust my role rather than investigation.
Please.
I want to lay some groundwork ahead of time, just some prep work to maybe ensure that things we need are in place when we need them.
Resources, right?
Like
resources,
specifically resources. So, for example, if say we need
an extra nun outfit,
an extra nun outfit, maybe weapons, maybe even just tools like a pair of pliers or bolt cutters. Essentially, like a breakout stash.
Yes, absolutely.
So I know people who deliver things, who give things to the Nazis that they are desirous of. So maybe their weekly delivery of liquor and ham and other such goods has one crate that is specially marked.
Yes.
And we'll mark it with some officer's name who is currently away.
Yes. So
that it's not to be disturbed, like some captain who is currently far abroad, not to be touched under pain of that person's fury, and that will contain what we need. And I want that to be smuggled in.
Yes.
And that will be my resources role.
The note that Eminike might get from his cousin is going to reference a song in there, like, oh, I remember how we used to sing this. So that way maybe Eminike could sing and let us help him find out what cell he's in.
Okay.
And Bernadette, what role are you going to make?
I'm making a context just
Yes,
to make
yes.
to kind of like prepare for the
Oh,
nunvasion.
Oh, absolutely. And that probably is
The
also going to mean
nunvasion.
the context is also going to give you things like probably actual good paperwork, right? And like
Yes.
and like actually make the appointment like we're going to do the rounds and make it all official.
So there's probably a couple of other nuns there too, maybe. Even.
Yes, you might actually have like a flock of nuns. Do nuns come in flocks?
A nun
I think they would.
I think no, a posse of nuns.
Posse of nuns. Yes.
I think.
Yes.
I'm gonna Google it. What do you call a group of nuns?
Eminike.
I think you call them a posse.
A posse.
It's a cloister or a convent.
A convent of
cloister.
nuns. Oh, cloister of
A
nuns.
cloister of
Also,
nuns.
I will say, Lindy, quick note. I love how you go southern every time you say cousin. It's not just
Oh,
cousin.
do
it's
I really?
cousin.
Do I really? I did
You
not.
do.
Every time.
Nice.
Every time.
Nice.
My cousin? I guess I do. You know, I, Alabama is 15 minutes that way and 25 minutes that way. I just, you know.
And I will note before I'm gonna ask Drac for his role last. I do want to say something about the Saints. The Saints may also make a role.
Ooh, that would be great.
And before you
Give us,
do,
like an advantage.
I will note that you have that the Saints also can swap a skill, right? They can do a swap if they so desire.
Oh,
Well, I'm gonna run
I'm
my.
thinking. Okay, you
I'm
can
gonna
roll
run my.
yours up.
I'm gonna run my contacts.
Yes,
For the
please do.
Saints, we could roll possibly. I don't know if mobility would be a thing that would let us make a clean break for it after we get Eminike. That could be like a we have transportation set up in
I was going to
advance.
say mobility. I assume
It's
also covers aspects of getaway.
Yes, it's getting in, getting out, swiftness of movement, timing of movement. Right? It's
which
I should
does
ask-
already their best skill. So I think that, I don't think that would be a bad one to roll because that does seem very prison breaky.
But I want to ask the one I'm not clear on. Deflection, is that more sort of to?
That's defense when people are
That's a
trying to
defense
find
roll,
information
like your
on you.
will.
Okay, so that wouldn't.
We might
count
have to
for,
make
like-
some deflection rolls after we bust them out of there.
Undermine is the skill that you use to sabotage people in a subtle way. So
I think mobility is the thing we're lacking.
Yeah. Agreed.
Drac?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
Reverend Mother, would you like to roll mobility for the Saints?
Wait, I don't have mobility.
it's in the Saints.
It's on the Saints.
Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. That's why. Mobility.
Okay, so I need the other roles, and we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Who wants to go first?
And
I'll
Drac, you
roll
go last.
contacts. This is my contacts.
Other
with
doc
my
notes: a
brothel.
scolding of nuns.
A scolding of nuns.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yes. We come armed with rulers.
Okay, that's a 4, right? We have contacts. We have mobility. We have more contacts, and I believe we need the investigation.
Or the
resources.
Resources.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, I will roll the resources.
Great.
Okay. So the number you're looking for is a 3.
Okay.
So at the moment, we've got a 2 for the contacts with Sister Bernadette. You have 1 fate point. You have.
I think the Saints should spend their fate point to get that mobility to be a success.
The fate point
the Saints
is
have
the
a fate
group
point because we didn't have to use it for our resources roll for this week because we rolled awesome and we had help from London. So and they will send the aspect I think that they should use is a sanctuary for displaced people. We are most certainly displaced at this moment.
Yes. Fair. Or imagine your major goal is probably to get Eminike out, so you could probably also use that as well.
That would also be the major goal slot's blank, but it's probably get Eminike
Yeah.
and Jacqueline back. Yeah.
And what aspect would you use, Reverend Mother, to spend that fate point to bring you up to 4?
Desperate for redemption.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I believe that means each one of you has hit your number, although the saints have not made... Oh, they have. They spent theirs. Yes, they did.
They spent theirs. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, you each now have, at this point in time, succeeded in each of these moments, and I would like, if you do not mind, there's one person left. Please note it. But I would like the montage before we get to Drac. Tell me how it starts, because we have the montage where you're all working to sort of get the pieces in place. I imagine we start with the Reverend Mother.
I was going to say, Bernadette, I think
Yes.
we start with you.
Yes. Describe it.
So you see Reverend Mother Bernadette in her office, writing note after note after note. There is child after child running in and out, taking notes, bringing notes back. We're a hive of activity. And, once she's done, she shakes her wrist because it hands. Oh no, she's not left-handed, she's right, because left hand is the hand of the devil.
And she probably had rulers slapping her left hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
And before one of my sisters, one of my younger nuns brings in a range of different nun outfits. Now we have some normal nuns, and then we have one of our acolyte outfits as well, that's suspiciously in the size of Amelie. and then that's kind of wrapped up into a parcel, and then a child runs off and then takes that to Jacqueline, and I think that's the segue to what Jacqueline is doing.
Yes, please.
Okay. Jacqueline has, partly in return of favor and partly just as a routine thing, prepared, she's got a list of who in those headquarters wants what this week and what they're willing to pay for it, and in large part also just as a show of gratitude, there's a little bit extra. Everyone gets an extra bottle of their favorite drink, an extra
pack of cigarettes.
an extra pack of, oh yeah, definitely. There's a whole extra crate. No, not a crate. That's too extravagant. A couple extra packs. Yeah. One carton. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. I was thinking in German. I was like, okay, Stange. What the fuck is Stange in English? Yes. So everyone's delivery is just that little bit more.
Yeah.
And so one of those deliveries is marked as, we'll say, I don't know, make up a name of some sort of...
Hans-Jörg Jogerson.
We'll say Hans-Georg Stiegmeier.
Thank you.
Yes.
I couldn't think of any German last name, so I was like, wait. Hans-Jörg, yeah. But...
It's okay, this is why you have a German. No, so Hans-Georg Stiegmeier.
Perfect.
But everyone else simply knows him as Sturmführer Stiegmeier. And that's not a rank you want to mess with. So when it says not to be opened until return, that's not going to be opened.
Yeah.
And that will be stored. And because Jacqueline's people are the ones delivering it, she knows exactly where it's stored. And that one has an outfit for Eminike. It has 4 pistols. Not, we're not talking
Small.
Lugers. We're talking small, concealable, locally made. They're not the best, but it's a pistol. It'll do. And a small set of tools, so pliers, bolt cutters, and just a hammer.
Maybe some medical supplies, because we don't know how we're going to find Eminike.
Oh yes, morphine.
Yeah, I'll get you out.
That's medical supplies right there.
And of course, as the crate, right, is being brought into this building, as everything's being brought in, I imagine there is a guard who has gotten a note. Could you, Amelie, describe how this comes to pass?
Well, girls talk in a brothel, and we just had a tragic thing happen, and so some might call it a good bonding experience. And so I have bonded perhaps a bit specifically with one of my fellow coworkers. Her brothel name is probably oh gosh, or something cheesy, because her brothel name is Angelique.
Yeah, because she's
so
an
she's
angel.
Probably. Mm-hmm. And then so the other ones is probably some jewel name like Sapphire or Amethyst or something. Let's go with Amethyst. That's a good one. That's also plausibly namey. So I've embraced, friendship with Amethyst a bit, and I have I've told her that one of my paramours I recently found out was taken in for no good reason. Like those SS2 sometimes.
Yes.
And that it would be a little weird if I was to inquire after, because they censor everything. But if it came from a family member that maybe she could pass along through one of her clients this evening, that would be really, I'd give her this chocolate bar that one of my customers gave me earlier today. I'd be really grateful to just check in on them. Maybe it could help them get released or something, and just so write it as if from Amethyst's perspective, and then Amethyst takes the chocolate and the note and then passes it on through one of her SS customers, who then would probably slip the note with a meal to Eminike on paper, and it would reference a song like "Dearest Cousin," oh, remember how we used to see this? It must be a terrible misunderstanding, blah 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 blah, and then a specific song that we used to sing at the time that Sister Bernadette, in the evenings, or after dinner or something.
And Eminike, you are in this. Yeah. It's been.
You have to eat the note. I'm just saying, please.
It's been a long time.
Eminike knows.
It's been a long time that you've been here.
It's at least been salted.
Yes.
It has been.
That flavor.
They've stopped torturing you, and they've been awfully nice, which is some sort of trap. But even though they've not been awful to you, you still hear all the sounds of torture around this building. And one night, when your meal comes, there is a note tucked in, probably, I imagine, under the cup that you're given to eat, from your cousin, Amethyst,
who has the voice of an angel. When you used to sing the songs together. Yeah.
Quite sure she doesn't sound like Eminike either. Oh, does she sign it Charlie? Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
I think Emily wrote it herself, right? I think Emily recognized the handwriting
because she graded her papers.
yeah. So I think there's probably obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there's probably one word that you just seem to always spell wrong.
Oh, for sure. I have a Catholic orphan education. That's
so at first it's reading amethyst. I don't know an wait. They spelled necessary wrong. Okay. So I think I'll figure out that it is Amelie, and be able to deduce somewhat of the what the meaning is, the evening and the song. Because I think what I would do is immediately afterwards I would eat the note with whatever meal that's given to me. I'll eat it with that to let it go down easy. I don't know what you put in the note exactly. Do I know how many days it's gonna be before you're able to make the
It
move?
I probably timed the timing so it's that same day.
Yeah.
That same day. Okay.
Because
Mhm.
since it's only a boost that schedule, that means that schedule's gonna be changing. So you only have like a very short
Mhm.
window before you can sort of like get in and get out before they switch things up again.
Mhm.
Okay. And in that case, the moment I get the note, the moment I'm finished getting fed, when I'm finished eating, I'm just gonna start singing it. My intention is to make sure that it's a constant thing instead of just like, why did he suddenly start singing now of all times? We should check upon him and then ruin everything. So yeah.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
This note,
Mm-hmm.
Eminike, you have some mental stress.
Yeah.
I need to ask you this question. Do you think that this note would be enough to rally your spirit and clear that stress? Or do you think it isn't?
That's a tough one. I think yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think one, the note itself is proof that Amelie is okay, which like he didn't know was a guarantee until now. And at the very least, I think he would be fully aware that without the context that Reverend has, that this probably wouldn't be possible either. So at the very least, that he knows Amelie and the Reverend are okay. Yeah. So I think he would. I think it would be enough.
Okay. You may clear that stress. That mental stress is cleared. Your consequences are still there, but the mental stress is cleared. So let me ask you, with this information coming in, what would you like to roll to contribute to this heist before they all arrive? You don't know exactly what they're going to do, but you know they're coming.
Yeah. I think honestly the best they can do, at least right now, is either listen out like through the door if you can hear like the movements of people, and like gauge how many people are usually like in the hallway at once, for example. Or especially with his broken fingers, like he already knows that he's already going to be like a bit of a liability, a bit of semi-dead weight. I think he would also like try to somewhat not fix his fingers but splint them at the very least, so that they're not too much of a hindrance when the time does come.
That would be medic to fix yourself, but I will tell you, it's to get yourself into that space. That's a 4, right? You need to roll a 6 to fix your fingers. That you are not a professional medic, and these are like both of your fingers are crapped out.
In that case, I think I'll go like just listening in. Listening in for the number of people at a time that tend to walk the hallways.
I will note something that might be interesting. You do have academics at Fair, which is pretty decent. I don't know. I think mathematics is your specialization. I believe. So academics is the skill of knowing things, right? It's knowledge, right? It's knowledge-based skills. Architecture, history, current events, literature, like any kind of basically anything that falls under knowledge, arts, humanities, fall under academics. Maybe there might be a way in which you can use your academic expertise to figure out something that could be useful for you. Might be able to brain this.
Math. Use your math.
Use your math mind.
I'm always down to brain. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly that would entail.
Yes. So the question is, and so you are specialized in mathematics, but academics covers basically all sorts of you know,
Mhm.
knowledge, art,
So there's a
architecture.
lot of types of mathematics.
And there are a lot of types of mathematics.
Geometry.
Mhm.
Algebra.
There's so many types of mathematics. Geometry.
Trigonometry.
Well, I'm just trying to give you ones that might be helpful relative to
Yeah.
the situation.
Pythagoras theorem.
Yes.
It's just geometry.
As a matter of fact,
Hey,
qubits.
Geometry, timing, the timing of things. That's math.
Let me
Pythagoras
talk to you
theorem.
about Vectors.
Vectors.
Yes.
Squares.
Math. Yeah.
Right angles.
Isosceles triangles. I feel like we're saying dirty things now, but
These
only
are
for
all-
nerds.
This is all just geometry.
Alright, all the geometry.
Look, I just
I'm
know
real
that
sorry.
if you were an angle, you'd be a cute one.
Oh.
Shucks. Well, you're the right angle for me.
Oh,
Oh my
Hey,
god.
you're gonna make me do
Uh,
a 180 on the
Maybe I might just stay here, you know? I might just... you know, this might be worse. This might not be too bad.
Drac. Don't be so obtuse.
Oh!
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for
Yeah.
it.
See it.
I'm sorry, I'll let you go.
No, I
Sorry,
really
well,
don't like...
we should keep these puns to a fraction of what we've been.
Oh my...
Lower the percentage.
Yeah.
I love the idea of using academics. I just need Drac. I have no idea how to.
I just feel like we've just gone to the lowest common denominator. You know what I mean?
Oh
It's
my
just,
god.
Are you saying it's not adding up?
this is what I'm saying. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Because you could have like when you're in transmission between places, note different routes based on the geometry of the building.
Yeah.
You could note the timing of
yeah.
like when the guards walk by, their
Yeah.
patterns
Yeah.
based on
Yeah.
just
You know,
like
yeah.
pattern.
Yeah.
Lindy,
Pattern
I
math
think
is
you
about-
managed to get to the root of the problem.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
know.
I quit.
Trying to make sure no one hears the swear.
We love the Reverend Mother. Look, everyone. Hey, this is the content you're here for. Math puns.
Oh god. Okay.
Yeah, you could do timings. You could look at like.
Timings, patterns, those are
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
math things.
I think I'll do timings, and I will go with because this is the part of math that I hated.
Yeah.
I was not good at this, but there was a in the UK we called it because we separated in modules for A levels, and mine was called decision math.
Oh.
And one of the things we did was
Mm.
called and
Like
one of the things
predictive
was like
math, yeah.
yeah, it was kind of like predicting or routing out the shortest routes from
Mhm.
all of the different ways you can go.
Mhm.
I fucking hated it. I think I got like a E in it. It was awful. Oh, I didn't just take maths for A level. I took further maths as well. I took maths, physics, further maths, and chemistry.
Nice.
Got
See why
great
you
grades
picked
in all
this
of
for your
them.
character's speciality. 'Cause let me tell you, I did
Yeah.
not.
I was good at
Extra
it.
puns.
I hate chemistry. Chemistry made me cry. I dropped down A2. But yes, I think I'd use like that as not just when I listing out for the past, but also like the routes I was taking
Yes.
around when
Yep.
for interrogation.
Yeah.
Engage, like I would take note of different routes that maybe didn't go down, but I could tell was shorter or faster or where it led, and use that instead.
And I can also imagine you can probably do things like if you're hearing people being tortured, right? Or when somebody comes, you can figure like, oh, it takes them about this much time to get from here to there. This is how long it took us to get here to there. Right?
Yeah.
So you can probably use probability in that way. So I would say roll your academics to try to get a pretty good sense of reaction times, right? Of
Yeah.
people and how much time you have from here to there, how long it'll take you to get from that sort of space. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
0.
Ooh.
Would that be a 1? since
That's
it's
a 1.
My specialization.
Because you're specialized in
Yeah.
this. You need a 4. We need a 3, pardon me. You need a 3.
We have a group fate point.
You do.
Where we could save
Yeah.
it for the break itself. Because imagine we're gonna have to make rolls in the break.
Yeah. What's the refresh?
That is how
to
many
have
fate
that
points you
much
get total.
Per
Okay, you
session.
just have 1
Yeah.
per session. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then I don't really have anything I can do. That's what
Okay.
I have. The 1.
In which case, I mean, here's the thing. You can choose to succeed at a major cost.
Normally, I think Eminike would, but knowing that
Got friends coming.
Saints are like actually physically coming.
Yeah.
He'd rather that the major cost doesn't fall on them. So
Fair.
No.
Fair. You know what? I feel like you've met me. It's fair. So so yes, right. You are trying to get a good sense of like reaction times and routes, but it's difficult because they always move you around different spaces, and the ways in which the acoustics of the spaces are makes it very difficult. But you are ready and you are singing, and so we shall begin. What time do you go?
There we go. Haha. I can stream, I promise. So I have everybody at the Abbey the night before. And I get both Jacqueline and Amelie up at the crack of dawn, like 4 a.m. with the other nuns.
Mm-hmm.
I'm up and beautiful I am. So
And I help them get dressed. And round about maybe 7 a.m., we head over to the offices.
So that's the note probably came with your breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with you singing, people sort of like, some of the guards are like checking on you to see what's going on. You notice,
like I'm sat on the floor, like just head resting against the wall and just singing.
Your interrogator seems to have been brought up to check in on you, just to see if maybe this means you're cracking. We don't know. And just sort of like takes some notes in his notepad and then leaves. It seems as if people
We'll check back after lunch if he's still singing.
Basically, like, oh, okay, well, let's see what this is about. This is a shift and change, and you are correct that singing now means they've given their sort of like initial investigations at this moment. Like once you started singing, you were right. People did come to investigate to see what was going on. And as you continued, guard went off, got your interrogator. Your interrogator sort of looked, you didn't really say anything, but was just like watching you for a bit, observing, taking some notes, and then leaving. And it seems as if the novelty of your singing is now becoming a bit routine, and people are not coming in to check on you to see why you're doing this. That seems that they've accepted that you're doing this, and that perhaps they think that you're cracking and that all of their work is being successful, and that at any moment now you will be broken out. You'll be broken, and they'll be able to come in and interrogate you as you sing up there on your floor and back at the Abbey.
So we walk out in our nun outfits, and as we're heading
I
towards
wish I had an impromptu nun habit.
I think I had one at one point in time, but I sort of had a priest outfit, but
I was gonna say, Lindy, I wouldn't be surprised if you had one.
I've kind of always wanted to play a nun in a game at some point, but it just hasn't come up yet. So I haven't had the reason to buy the costume.
You and I, we're gonna talk.
Okay. I've been a fake nun several times, but not an actual nun.
And as we head to the offices, we're joined by other nuns from elsewhere. So we're a big gaggle of nuns
from other churches and abbeys.
Yes,
mm-hmm.
as was prearranged.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also wearing the biggest pointy triangle coif you can imagine.
Yes.
In typical French style.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, we're French nuns.
Yes, we are French nuns.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And as you move towards this building, down Avenue Foch is this very broad boulevard. It's right there. It's like actually not that far from the Eiffel Tower. It's like a prestigious, beautiful, wonderful place with trees lining the boulevard. And on this, I imagine now it's the 29th, I would imagine, of April. And it is a beautiful afternoon, are we saying?
Late morning.
Late morning?
Just before lunch.
Just before lunch?
People get distracted around lunchtime.
Yeah. It's a Wednesday.
People aren't
Hump week?
quite away. Like it's a sort of everyone still wishes they were in bed.
Yeah. And this place is a place where important people would be, you know? There are probably some nice galleries here. People with really important offices are here. I mean, before the occupation, certainly, and still. And you see some people walking down the street. More women walking down the street than men, because men are mostly forced to be working at this point in time. But you see women hand in hand with German soldiers here and there. You see a number of German soldiers just patrolling the streets every which way. There's just a lot of...
Quick note.
Yes.
We rolled mobility. We didn't determine what our means of getaway is.
Mobility is quite broad as a topic, right? So it is mobility is the ability to move, which is not necessarily a car, because it's very difficult to have a car in the streets, but it's any number of things, right? It's your access.
It's flexible. We can decide as we're escaping.
So we don't have to actually make that decision ahead of time. It's more just our general sort of how good we are at getting from A to B.
And it's like maneuvering right through spaces.
Gotcha. Okay.
And things like your access to the transportation networks, right? Your ability to maneuver through them. Sitting up checkpoints, getting past checkpoints, having... see, I will tell you, for civilians, it's very difficult to have cars right now. Some people have them if they're very rich. Yeah. But for a lot of people, it's actually quite difficult. A lot of bicycles. So taking the bicycles away from Jewish people, it's actually a big deal. And as you're moving, you hear on this beautiful, bright boulevard, "Halt!" And there are some soldiers. There are 3 of them, and they walk up to you all. And they say, "All right, your papers, please."
And Sister Bernadette is at the front. And she just reaches into her apron and she pulls out the roll of papers for all these nuns.
I am going to need a roll.
Okay, what roll would you like?
Tradecraft. Because that is our roll for forgery. If I recall correctly, you have a boost from last session that is all about passport
fixings.
Fixings.
I forgot about that.
I was looking at that like, we're gonna use that if she doesn't roll them.
What that means is that while you did the of course the forgeries for all of this, to all the paperwork, but you had actually very good models to work off of, which is enough. You use that and you have it. They look at them, a bit suspicious for a moment, and then they notice, I suppose, like an official seal that has just been changed, because they change their seals all the time regularly. So if you have like a fake paperwork, so sad for you, you know. And they notice that official seal. They look at you and they look back at it. They close it and they hand back the entire row of papers. And they kind of just glance over at all of the nuns. So many of them, all in habits, you know, and it's just like a lot of nuns, and they just sort of note and they wave you on as you head back down towards your destination.
Mm-hmm. And we do, confidently.
And as you...
Like we're supposed to be there.
And as you approach this building, you can hear from one of the windows way up top some screaming. And you notice that the people who are on the street, as they approach and are passing this building, they just dip their head down and walk faster. It's this thing where like everything is wonderful, and at the minute you get too close to this building, everybody sort of just like shrinks in on themselves a little bit and then just moves quickly until they can get past. It's as if there's like a shadow over this place that people don't talk about so much.
And maybe for some of the non-adventurous nuns in our party, I sense they're shrinking.
Yes.
And I just want to reassure them, and I say, do not worry, sisters. God is with us.
I think I need you to make a roll.
Okay, do you like me to roll?
This feels like a rapport to me. Yes,
Can
you
we
can.
I
assist?
was going to say, yes,
Yes.
I would like to assist specifically
Because that would give her a
because-
+1 for each of us who assist her.
because Jacqueline in particular has been inside here, and
Yes.
will reassure them that there's nothing for us to fear because we're just going inside. There's no arrest. There's nothing. It's just going inside and leaving again.
Beat a 6. The 6 is the really awful vibe of this place, right? That sort of spooks your nuns, some of whom are younger, right? Because they wanted to go and volunteer to do this thing, right? You've got an
Can
8. Yes.
Cool. I know I have an aid, but also there was a mention that we could swap a skill.
Because you have not done that yet, have you?
I have not. So could I swap my rapport, which is mediocre, with academics, which is average?
Yes. So the rules about swapping is if it's already on your pyramid, i.e. it's 1 or above, you can swap any skill that's in the pyramid with any other skill in the pyramid, or a skill that is 0 with one that is 1.
Okay, I'm not too sure how to roll that, so I'm just going to roll it, and I guess
It's
the
just
+1 would...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 3 with the
That's
assist?
+3, yeah.
Yes.
So that's a 4.
Can you assist our dear Amelie?
Yes.
How?
Oh, I grab some of the... I'm a people person. I grab some hands of my fellow nuns and say, we are sisters here. We are going to be doing good work today.
Okay. With that, you're at 5. And I'm going to just note that they currently have you by 1.
Oh, wait, I have a fate point.
You do.
This is the time that I will use my fate point.
All right. Okay.
This is the time.
Yes.
This is the time I will use it.
What allows you to push through, as you can see a couple of your nuns, your security in many ways, right? They may not know it, but they are beginning to sort of recoil a bit when they hear the scream and want to back out.
I say a prayer. It's in French, but I will say it in English. Though I pass into the shadow of the valley of death, I fear no evil. I actually don't know how the rest of that prayer goes, apart from that one line.
Yes, absolutely.
That's as Catholic as I get.
I went to Catholic primary school and I don't remember that.
You know what?
Yea, though I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, I shall feel no evil.
I shall feel no evil for
thou
background,
art
my
with
staff that
me.
come from it. Yeah.
Everyone.
Yes.
Depending on which translation you go with, it's
Yep.
got like 20 different variations.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going with the King James Revised, the New
I
Revised?
can tell you the
Testament?
Lutheran version.
Whatever they have in France. Let's put it that way.
Yes, but in French. Yes.
Yes. But in French, asterisks. It's italic. It's italics.
Okay. Oh no. All right. No contest.
Okay. In which case, I'm going to just put this over here for a moment. I'm just going to put us into the contest. It's like a modified contest. And these are the Saints.
Okay.
And these are the SS. You get 1. And these nuns of yours do not leave you. They pray with you, they hold their rosaries, and they steel themselves as they walk up to this building, which has flanked 2 guards with rifles. Your papers?
They pull out the roll of papers.
They read them, and one of them says, "Please wait." Goes in to the building. You're there. It's not too long. When they come back out, and they say, "Yes, all the paperwork is in order. You may come in, Reverend Mother." the roll that you made earlier comes to bear. And they open the doors to you, and you walk in to this ground floor, and it's there's a grand staircase up. There's long hallways. There's a reception desk with a number of photographs of people they want to just be aware of and on the lookout for. Paperwork everywhere. And you can see it's almost mundane, you know? Secretaries walking back and forth with clipboards, soldiers here and there walking back. Just on this bottom floor, it just seems like any other office floor.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Would Jacqueline be aware of how clear in memory and also just in terms of general awareness would it be where she was being held?
You would have been held. Let's see. So the way these buildings work, right? That the bottom floor of most of these buildings tended to be back in the day sort of like a commercial. So like shops, things like that. All of this has been sort of basically turned over into all these things here is like basically mostly offices. So as the further up in the floors you go, these are 6 floors, and then there's like a garret. The rooms are bigger the lower you are, because there are no elevators. So these used to be for like basically if you were a rich person, you'd be on the lower floors, and if you were poor, the poorer you were, the farther up you'd go. So the most people who are being held in not nice conditions are up in the garrets or on floor 6. 5, so like 6 is like mostly really, really high security. 5 is still pretty high security. 4 is a mix of prisoners who are general prisoners, and then there may be a couple of offices there, and you're probably going to get most of the important offices on like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. You had started off on floor 5 and were moved down to floor 4, which is how you knew that probably you were in a better position. When you've been interrogated, most of your interrogations were happening on 4th floor. So as far as you can tell, 4 is where you get a lot of the interrogations happening in this space, whereas like 3 and 2 and 1 are where all of the people's they're probably where their offices are.
Okay, so we're probably looking at 5 since.
Yeah. Yes.
Going by the assumption that Eminike and Jacqueline were brought in at the same time for the same reasons, probably. Yeah. Okay. So I will definitely be passing that information along.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just get to go up through the floors to give people no.
Oh no. Yeah. So I approach the reception.
And there's a man there. He's in a German army uniform. Next to him, there's a man in an SS uniform, and those two are kind of sitting there together. But the man who's in the SS uniform seems to be a higher rank, and it doesn't seem as if he sits here regularly, because he seems to be like, he gets up and he goes off and he comes back. It's the fellow that's the army person who seems to be not very high ranking, seems to be like the regular sort of receptionist. And he looks up at you, and he has this clipboard, which has a list of names on it. And he looks up and he goes,
I'll approach with the Reverend Mother.
You all are supposed to be here, is this correct?
Oui.
Of course.
Your papers? Again, right?
But while I do it this time I actually speak while I'm handing it over. I said, yes, we have come this good morning because I thought we could be of assistance to you. To help those mislaid souls and help comfort them and help them see the light.
Many people wish to unburden their spirits and their souls, in these times.
And many more people are more willing to speak to a nun than, say, an officer.
And now, this army guy is looking a little... I don't know. I don't know if overwhelm is the right word. You are speaking to him. You are saying a lot of things to him. And he is looking at the paperwork. And he seems a little... It's a lot. It's a lot right now.
People love to give written confessions and all sorts of things when we visit. Typically, making some Can
I get an empathy from Sister Bernadette? Maybe perhaps rapport from Amelie.
Okay. This guy's a Nazi, right?
This guy is an army soldier.
So a Nazi.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
because
Yes.
I have a stunt that gives me a bonus to rapport with Nazis.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
suck it. Nazis.
And so that's a 2 for you, yes?
Where do I see my stunts?
Let me see. You have a stunt that is not yet defined.
Defined.
Which means at any moment when you want to say, this is my stunt, you can name it.
Okay.
Superb.
And your stunt will give you usually a +2 to one skill action in a circumstance, or you can swap one skill for another. Like you could use empathy instead of rapport, or
okay, fair enough. Do I have to have a fate point to use an aspect?
Aspect, yes. Stunts, no.
Okay.
Stunts are always there as long as they are relevant.
You can use a stunt to use one skill instead of a different skill in specific situations, or you could add a +2 to certain roles.
I mean, empathy is like one of my best skills, but I still only rolled a 2.
But
I got a 5.
You can always give yourself like a +2 to empathy rolls, in certain circumstances to overcome. You can do things like that, which is always then relevant, right? So like you could use, for example, a +2 to your empathy when you are with an overcome action, which is to like convince someone of something. When you are invoking religiosity.
Okay, no, I'm not going to use. I'm going to leave my fair. I have an idea for my stunt, but it's not yet.
Okay.
I'm not going to use it yet.
That is fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
I will tell you what my stunt is. My stunt is to protect my sisters.
Yes.
I think I might need that later, though.
Yes. So this soldier.
Oh, this poor guy. I'm so rapport-y. I'm such a persuasive nun.
And
you're very cute in this little acolyte outfit.
Yes, and I imagine she lightened her eyebrows for the occasion as well, because that's all that shows when you're wearing that nun habit.
Actually, with the acolyte one, you've got a little bit of hair.
Yes, it's true.
It's further back.
Okay.
And he looks a little.
She probably darkened her regular hair then a little bit.
He looks a little overwhelmed by it all, and he goes, "Yeah, of course."
I just have an angelic face. It's a fact. It's on my sheet.
Bernadette, you can ask me a question about him. As he sort of is going through the paperwork and nodding along with everything that you're saying. You may ask me a question about what you can sort of sense from him. You can ask me anything about his feelings, motivations. You read people very well. What do you think? What would you like to know about him? Sister Bernadette, what would you like to know about our guard?
Oh, this question was for me?
Yes.
I thought it was Lindy. I don't know what I was saying.
She was reporting. You were empathying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm so sorry. Everyone's just staring
I'm
at me. I'm just
overwhelming
like,
him.
la, la, la.
Yes.
Yeah, your sense of things.
Okay, I want to know if he believes us.
Yes.
Okay.
But you are talking high-level things that he does not actually know anything about.
That's fine. But there's an SS soldier there.
You get that he buys it completely. That he's like, oh yeah, sure. Your sense is that he is not in charge of interrogations or confessions. He doesn't have anything to do with any of that. So you're giving all these great opportunities, and he's like, yes.
Okay, cool. And then so I get that sense, and then I go, so please tell me who it is we're supposed to talk to.
Oh, yeah. And he sort of makes this phone call, and he's like waiting to get somebody who's going to probably be quite up on these things. Somebody who's like official and important, right? Who's all tied in.
I give him a lot of good talking points, though. I'm very persuasive about it.
And you wait, and this captain comes down. And this Gestapo captain comes in and goes, you are the religious Envoy, yes, we are here to.
Oui, monsieur.
You'll come with me, and I will escort you around. We have a number of people who definitely need last rites, and who might need your comfort, because when he stops, there's a slight pause, and then he smiles. And he says, because we believe very much in a good relationship with the people of Paris, because we are here in friendship with each other, and everything we can do to make to be cooperative.
Heal past wounds, perhaps.
Yes, indeed, exactly.
Of course, of course.
And there's a kind of a sharkiness about him, and a politicianness about him, right?
Yeah.
As he begins to lead you all up this sort of stairwell, past the first floor, past the second floor. I'm going to need Jacqueline to give me awareness or something along those lines. I need something for your wits about you.
I'm gonna go with awareness.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to? You have a success banked.
I do.
You do. Because of the beating that you took. And you can cash that in whenever you want. You can take a fail and turn it into a success because of you've already paid the major cost.
You
can do it now or later.
I'm not going to take it at this point.
Okay. You are moving up, and you just you hear something.
Yeah, because we're supposed to be listening out for that song.
You don't hear the song. You hear something else, right? There's something you hear, but a door shuts and you can't hear it anymore. There's like a brief moment where you heard something static, something down here on the second floor, but the door shut as you were all sort of led up to now the third floor, then the fourth floor, and this officer says, "Well, I think that we could keep you here on the fourth floor. I want to keep you safe. The prisoners on the higher levels are much more dangerous, and we wouldn't want you to be injured. They are sort of maniacs, liable to attack anyone. So we have a number of prisoners here on the fourth floor who I think are safer. Come, let me escort you through." And he takes you into a room, and there are some women there. He just opens the door to it. Yes.
I want to convince him to take us to the fifth.
Yes.
I mean, I will arrange to leave some nuns here on the fourth because, we're a big group. We don't all need to be in one room.
Us. We did, yeah.
And
we could arrange that, some will stay on the fourth, and then those of us.
There's a gaggle of us.
And he opens the door as you're all talking about this, and like inside there are a number of women in this one room. They're sort of like they're dressed like prostitutes, and they're sort of sitting in. There's like 3 or 4 of them sitting in this room. It's like, well, I think that all of you could perhaps do your work here, of course. Now, there's a gaggle, and you don't all need to be here, but he seems to be wanting to contain you. Yes,
you can't contain our faith. It's the church across the road of influence right there.
Oh God!
Loudspeakers every Sunday morning.
Wow.
We need to get Eminike out because I need Drac to save me from this.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. I would like to make a very impassioned speech as to why everyone should have their last rites read and confessions gathered.
Roll it.
He's a Nazi. I'm gonna.
Can I assist?
Yes, you may.
Excellent. As Mother Superior.
Would Jacqueline also like to assist?
This can be some rapport, is what this is.
Jacqueline, can
If you
It
assist,
gives me a plus
it's
one.
+1 if you
Yeah.
have the skill, but you have to say how.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jacqueline would pass it off as, nuns in their experiences are used to dealing with all kinds of people, be they dangerous, be they regular, be they whoever they might be. And we have enough experience to tell apart those who are truly dangerous from those who wish to seem dangerous.
He looks to both of you two. Skeptical. Someone's gonna have to make that report.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Do it. Yeah, Nazis.
Okay.
You didn't need us.
No, that's because I had your help.
Oh,
I
okay.
added it in. That's because I had your help. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been 2 less.
Yes.
I was about to say, what kind of modifier do you have?
Right?
Not
Bonuses
that
from you
good
two.
Without your help, that's why you guys' help. My stunt and then you two's help brought it from a
By the
3
way,
to a 7.
You can say y'all. It's okay.
by
You
the
can say
way,
yo. Yeah, you can say yo.
I'm gonna just
is that a
spend
success?
one of my fate points
Oh, dang.
to turn this to a 6, so that you do not beat me with success with style, because I do not.
Oh,
want that.
do you know what though? I still have one of my fate points.
Do you?
No.
I
Save
do.
it. Save it.
And I'd want to.
This is
Well,
the
we gotta
oppressive
beat them.
power of a.
Oh, okay.
You are beating me, but only by
We're
1.
beating.
Yes, but if we beat with style, we get 2 check marks, correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
we
let's
need
do it.
we need how many check marks?
A lot.
4. I'm gonna succeed with
Okay,
style.
yeah.
I'm gonna spend my fate point.
Mhm.
That's what.
Mhm.
Yes, and I'm going to use my aspect.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not my sheet. Hold on, that's the Saints. Silver tongue.
Okay. Fair.
Very persuasive.
And this captain, is very skeptical. He's not into it.
And I'm just going on because I was brought up in the Catholic orphanage about how, and I mentioned that people deserve to have their confessions and their last rites, and that, faith, God will protect us.
Saints and
And
saving souls.
passionate, my beret fell off.
Mother Superior?
Oui?
Can you do this?
Of course. It is why we are here. And of course, if we find anything incredibly useful on the basis of our new friendship and healing the past, we will happily share with you, and not just with God.
All right, come with me. We have a few that might be a bit more difficult. And some of the nuns stay here on the 4th floor. Moves you up to the 5th.
Talking to those poor prostitutes
And you hear
that
some.
might get serial killed.
You hear a number of things. Some of these things are obvious. You hear some screaming.
Mm-hmm.
You hear some sounds of violence.
Mm-hmm.
You hear some moaning, just sort of moaning. And you hear a song. You hear someone singing. You know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do we have our gear? We need to find our gear.
Oh, you have your gear.
Okay,
and
cool.
you know exactly where it is. And Jacqueline knows exactly where it is.
Excellent, cool. And we can easily
Yes.
hide it underneath our habits.
Mm-hmm.
I love this hood, but it is making it difficult to see.
And now, Jacqueline, do you go with them, or do you go to where the crate would be? The supplies would be on the 4th floor.
Aren't we going to the 4th floor?
You're going
No,
up to the 5th.
Oh, we're leaving
going
the
to
4th
fifth.
floor. Yeah.
Oh,
Can you get on the way? Like on the
Um,
way up.
But she'd have
I
to
mean,
break to get the
no.
things.
Mm-hmm.
mhm. Would there be a way to convince the officer to stay on the 4th and let the nuns go up to the 5th?
as Mother Superior, could I not go between floors to check on all the other
Yes.
nuns?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no, then yes. Can we arrange it so
Yes.
you
And And then Jacqueline could go with Mother Superior
Yes.
to pick up the
Because it's too much.
Molly will be fine by herself. She can talk her way out of Nazis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Either way, I mean, so
Yes.
the officer's coming with us to the 5th, correct?
Yes.
So that's fine because you can two can bounce.
That's very, very, very convenient for what I have in mind. Trooper, can I ask?
Yes.
And I apologize in advance to
Please.
my fellow members of this cast.
Thank
Are
you.
there any empty cells along the way?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Are any of them open?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I feel like that sounds like trouble. So absolutely.
Oh, this is the biggest trouble. As we pass by one of these open cells,
Eminike, you can hear them and you can see them through the bars of your window.
Okay.
as we pass by one of the open cells, so here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm wanting to do. The officer's only good for getting us here. Now
And
that
maybe
we're
escorting you
here,
out.
that seems like more trouble than it's worth. To be fair, to Jacqueline. Jacqueline's main idea is we're here now. From here on, we don't want anyone to see or know or anything what we're doing. And the easiest way to do that is to get rid of them.
There are guards up here that come around. Eminike knows it.
But we have
That's
a
true.
nun's habit to disguise
Mhm.
Eminike.
Yes, we do.
But what I want to do is I want to take this officer aside into one of the empty cells.
You're moving down the hallway. You hear Eminike singing. You hear people moaning. And Jacqueline tugs at this officer?
I would say just like very, like gently placing a hand on his shoulder and motioning towards one of the empty cells. And we'll ask, oh boy, just basically, pardon me, monsieur, I have a slightly embarrassing question. Could I ask you in private something, please, while my sisters continue?
Deceive?
No, trooper, why?
Because I was like, what are you trying to do? We can maybe help you.
What I'm trying to do is to get him into a dark corner and then...
That's good luck. I bet he's pretty good at fighting.
Deceive.
Yeah, it's...
I think we should maybe just sneak.
If nothing, even if I can't, knock them.
She has
Because I can
gotten
just
a success
talk
banked.
their ear off. Yeah. Like, we don't have to fight them.
Saving...
So, this is a fail, which you may turn into a success because of that major consequence you took earlier.
Yes.
Yes?
And here's what I'm going to do, specifically because I do still have some visible bruises. And I'll simply lift up the hood just a bit, show some of that bruising, and just go, Monsieur, I think one of your soldiers may require... Like I said, it's embarrassing.
He says, one moment, if you would stay there in that room, I will come back to you. I have to open up the rooms. Do you know the name of the soldier?
Who was the meanest to you?
Okay, which one was the asshole?
Who do you want to screw over?
And he says, sister.
Can I just give the last name?
Absolutely.
At random, one of the guards.
He says, if you'll wait there, I will come and speak with you, but I have to open the doors for the Mother Superior.
Of course.
My fake nuns. You make me also so very, very proud.
You know he's going to come back to you in this room, but all the other cells are locked, and he has to sort of open up doors for them.
Yeah.
He comes.
But at least then he'll be out of the way, and that way, with this conversation,
he comes back and he goes, "All right, which one would be?"
And when he was
first?"
pulled aside, I want to tell Eminike to stop singing, like through the door, so that way it won't be weird if he suddenly stops singing as soon as we're going. You know, stop singing when the nuns arrive, which would make maybe some sense.
Eminike would stop then.
We're trying to come for you. We're coming as quickly as we can.
And the fellow comes back out and he's like, "All right, let's see. We have a couple of people that you should probably speak with in this case for confessions." And you can tell there's something on his mind. He's just sort of disturbed by something that he's heard.
Whatever could it be.
So let's we have this one here. You could try. Well, we have an agent over here you could look at, and he's not pointing towards Eminike's cell. He's trying to figure out where he thinks he should send you first.
Okay. I would say that we probably have a team of 6 up here.
Yes.
Okay.
He's like,
Eminike, like after he stops
We could
singing,
send them in
there's-
groups of 2.
Yes.
There's like there's a beat, and then Eminike, like, I guess, kind of has like a, for a moment, it's not going to be like consistent, but like a bit of a coughing fit, just to explain why he stopped singing. Sort of. It's like, so just to be like, so it's not just a random sudden stop. It's like, okay, been singing for hours.
Yeah.
Charlie, are you all right?
He doesn't respond. Like, who the hell is Charlie?
Is that man sick? Should we go check on him?
I don't know. He's been.
If there are 6 of us up here, we can check in teams of 2. So we could perhaps check on the sick individual and then the other 2 that you mentioned.
All right.
I will need to go back down to the next floor to check on the others as well.
Yes,
if that is okay.
of course. And he's like, too many nuns, right?
Yeah, and we're just like making ourselves busy to just like really like.
Yes, just like too many nuns. He goes to a wall. He sort of like makes a quick phone call. He comes over. He's back, and he's like, "Okay, you want to look at the sick ones? It's Charlie. This one here." So he sort of opens up the cell to open it up, please.
And go inside.
And he shuts the door, locks it. He goes for a different cell. He opens up this one to usher in another pair of nuns to this other room, locks that one, opens up one more, and you can tell he's got a lot going on to go and like lock that one. He's like, "Okay, sister, are you able to make your way back downstairs?"
Yes, I know where the stairs are.
Good. I have a conversation to make, if you don't mind.
No worries. In case I want to check in on my nuns, should I come for you for the keys?
Yes.
Should I speak to your soldiers?
No, you can come and ask me. Just I'll be in this room over here, and I will give you the keys. No problem.
Thank you. And I go downstairs, like, hurry.
I lift up my habit and just thunk a bunch of like cloth drops.
She's got some stuff for you, it looks like.
Yeah.
Camera space.
Take off all of your clothes and put these on.
Okay.
I'll help
Yeah.
you. Yeah. I'm real good at taking off clothes.
Now, the officer comes back to you, Jacqueline. So, what happened?
One of your soldiers? They're soldiers, are they not? Guards? I'm not sure. This knowledge is not my thing. I do the work of the Lord. I saw fit to take issue with, how you say, we were conducting mass.
I'm so sorry.
I was maintaining peace and quiet as prayers were being offered.
To do.
So your guard came in and was demanding. It was going to interrupt mass for demanding papers, and when I did not acquiesce, proceeded to get somewhat physical.
Sister Bernadette, there is a group of soldiers that are making their way up to the 5th floor. It seems as if your officer was like, "Oh, there's a lot of nuns. I need more backup to keep some kind of order." And as you're on the 4th floor, you can see like a group of 6 soldiers, guards, coming up to go and try to keep some order because there are a lot of nuns here, distracting everybody and everything. And you notice that, and you also know exactly where the room is, where the guns are, in the crate. They are going to pass by you, not think much of you as they're sort of heading upwards, unless you want to do anything about it. But you note it. And the officer sort of nods and he goes, "All right." And you said his name was, and he sort of pulls out his like little notebook and he starts writing with his sort of pencil, the notes.
Horst Meyer, I think it was.
Yep. All right. Yes. I'm so sorry. And what church was this? Where was it at?
What are the
there are like 1,000 billion churches in Paris, actually.
One of the random Catholic ones. Yeah.
Just give me the name of a church within like a 3-block radius. And tell me if this is asking too much. For the sake of safety, is it safe to say that Jacqueline, with everything that she is and does, would probably be already carrying a gun of some kind?
I'm going to ask you this for the future. Would you normally carry a gun on you? Because if you say yes, then the answer is yes, but then I'll know for later.
Yeah, it's...
You know your character. I'm just saying, though, if you say yes, in
I
some
know that
later
at the very
episode...
least at the very least, she's always got a knife.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You may have it. You can have whichever one you want.
Oh, God.
Because your character has access to those things. It's just whether or not you keep them on you.
I'd have like a fountain pen would be a pretty good weapon.
Fountain pens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, she's definitely got a stiletto at all times.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And if anyone asks, that's for personal protection.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the other cell, normally slowly becoming a slim nun instead of a plump nun. We're just.
But you're both locked in this cell.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh God. Trooper,
I'm not worried about it. More soldiers are coming, which is perfect.
Sister Bernadette, you're grabbing weapons and disguises. You're muted.
I was giggling.
Yes,
I was giggling so much.
Is in nun's habit, and we're stuffing his old clothes with cloth and fabric and things.
Fill out the right places.
So that way he looks like he's just lying in the corner still.
We're tailoring a new Eminike. None can replace the original, but we'll try.
Do you think it's realistic that I could probably hide 2 MAS 38s under my habit?
I don't know what those are.
Those are French submachine guns that were used in World War II.
This sounds really violent when we could just walk out of here. Maybe.
I know, but I just want to
just
prepare.
In case. I bet you could get one.
Okay,
yeah, I was gonna say, 2 is a stretch.
Yeah.
Okay,
1 is fine. One I will hide in my person.
So,
but I'm gonna say
back to that cell. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
and a grenade.
A grenade will definitely have been in the care package.
Yes.
At least, actually, 2 grenades. 1 incendiary and 1
smoke.
No, 1 just explosive.
Okay.
1 to cause chaos and 1 to cause fire. But no, I'm gonna say no on the gun. Stick to the stiletto.
Yep.
And
roll me deception.
If at any point there is a moment where there are no guards nearby, let's just be blunt. I want to take the stiletto and ram it up into his head.
So, you're going to want to create an advantage first.
Yeah, you are. Because he's not going to be easy to take out, I can tell you that much.
No, absolutely not.
So you're going to want to create an advantage first, which is about like maybe distracting him.
No, wait, hang on. I am rethinking this. The idea is mostly to keep him.
But he has keys.
We don't need him. We don't.
No, we just need distractions.
Yeah, we don't need him dead. We need him not
Distracted.
there at the moment.
Yeah.
So this will do. It's mostly
As little
At any-
chaos as possible is preferable.
I will say at any given point in
or at least as
from
little
now on-
violent.
Yes. At any point from now on, I want to be behind him so that if
Yes.
anything happens, I can put a knife into the back of his head.
Okay. He takes your statement.
Yes.
And I imagine Sister Bernadette comes back before the statement is finished. And you're back up, and as you walk up, you see these 6 guards beginning to sort of like walk up and down the hallway.
Yeah, and when some of them come by, we have stuffed Eminike, and he's in the corner, and we have Sister Marilyn now with us. And excuse me, Sister Marilyn and I would like to see the next.
And one of the guards, I need deception.
My head. Oh boy.
I'm not deceptive.
Is Sister
Let's
Marilyn?
see.
No.
I mean, I have deceive, but it's only a +1. So let's see.
I do not. Mine's a +0.
Okay.
I believe in you. I really, really believe in you.
Mhm.
You got this.
Okay, let's hope so. The fair. Oh, it's
It's a
enough.
0.
Okay. These are guards you're looking at.
Yes. Is enough.
One of the guards is like, oh, and goes and pulls out a set of keys because they have keys. And
They do,
Right.
which is why I'm trying to get him in, because only the officer knows that
Mhm.
1 nun went in, and not that 2 came out.
and unlocks the door and
if
opens
the
it up.
and if the mother came up downstairs, maybe she brought an extra nun with her to pair up.
She
yeah.
definitely did. She definitely did.
And
Mm-hmm.
Eminike, as you're about to walk out, one of the guards goes, wait a minute. And peers at Sister Marilyn suspiciously.
And we can just like lowers their heads.
Perhaps you will acquire a blessing from a dear, nicknamed Homely Mother Marilyn.
I'm just gonna. So I'm at the top of the stairs. I'm just observing.
Mhm.
I see this peering, and I'm just going to be like, "Is there a problem?" Because obviously I'm very
Yes.
motherly. I don't like how these soldiers are eyeing up
Yes.
my sisters.
Oh, well,
Sister Marilyn?
I just don't remember a nun like this. Please. And sort of escorts you both out.
I look offended on behalf of Sister Marilyn.
Yes.
Like, come along, Sister Marilyn.
And sort of like,
And I have my best mother superior face that looks like he's gonna beat him with a ruler, even though I don't have a ruler.
and then locks the door.
And
Spirit
I
of the
mutter
ruler
something
is
about
with you.
just because Sister Marilyn has a homely face does not mean it is not memorable.
And at this point, the officer is like, come, and steps out of the cell
And I am
into the
facing-
hallway.
And Sister Marilyn is facing away.
I have a big habit.
And the guards are unlocking the doors for the other nuns to bring them out, to help them go into the next set.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacqueline, you're behind our captain. And the captain is about to say something to the Mother Superior out loud and then stops himself. Like, nope, don't say that out loud. And then just comes over to you and just says very quietly, leaning in, did you get any confessions?
I have not yet spoken to the sisters on this floor. Downstairs, one confessed to pretending to be a nun, wanted to seek forgiveness for that.
Oh, I see. This is good. This is good.
The next cell we visit. What is that? I imagine they tell us the crimes that the person was in for.
Little iffy.
Maybe
Yeah, a little iffy.
Did they do something terrible like murder or?
No, that you've got some people who are assassins and saboteurs.
Okay.
You know, who have been doing things against France and Germany.
Can I?
You know.
Yeah, someone who's looking real close to the death row. That's the next cell we go into. Can I solicit? Can I try to report a confession out of them to help buy us some?
Yes. And what about What about our...
Would you like to help, Sister Marilyn?
I feel like Eminike trying really hard not to speak because I feel like he's not gonna have a very convincing.
Well, you don't have to speak. You can
Okay.
like when you're
Vow
soliciting a
of
confession,
silence.
you can
just look
hold
very
someone's
holy
hand.
and stern.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the beauty of nuns.
I don't think you'd be holding anyone's hands since one of them has broken fingers.
That's
either,
true,
so,
but you could
yeah.
look very like nod along.
Just
That's,
nod along, yeah.
Hold prayer beads. I can give you
Yes.
some prayer beads. That way you don't have to move your hands. You can just hold them in a
Yeah.
specific position.
So
Roll
I'll do that.
rapport and get a +1 from the sister.
Thank you, Sister Marilyn.
God, you're on fire tonight.
Oh,
This is the last thing that you need to get to leave.
yes,
This is the last one.
yes.
This person begins to speak. They begin to confess. They have worked for the resistance. They have assassinated German soldiers on the streets. They have participated in creating propaganda. And while they think what they did was right, that perhaps shooting people like that was wrong, I believe that shooting them was the right thing to do. But maybe I was wrong. And this person looks up to Sister Marilyn.
I would like to incite a trouble.
Yes,
please.
yes. I was heading my way right there, as a matter of fact, because I saw it.
I am painfully idealistic.
I know
about the resistance.
I know. I just see you right there. I was like, I see it.
So anyone like talking, like regretting the decision to fight for them, I feel like Eminike would struggle to hold back any things, I think.
What Amelie will do, because she does feel bad it's a resistance person, she's gonna report that they confessed to the crimes that they did, and the shootings that they did, the people they assassinated, but she will ask, as a nun and as a friend, that she would not report. Is there anyone that they would like to give a message to?
Yeah, Eminike, though. This person is feeling regretful. Like maybe they did something wrong. And this, sort of like a young man, says, should I tell him everything? Did I do the wrong thing? Am I going to go to hell for this?
Oh boy. Okay, Eminike.
That was silence. That was silence.
Eminike
Trouble aspect.
walks over to them and crouches down, sits down by them, and just as quietly as they can, because they're fully aware like there are like barred windows in those doors, so it doesn't want anyone to hear. Just says, "No, I assure you, what you did was the right thing. You've saved many lives. I can't tell you why or how I know, but your work has been acknowledged and it will help many. Please don't confess, don't tell anyone anything."
And I look at him like, please, why?
Okay. And so, I need you all together to get past a 9. This is their security to get out. All of you together can bring everything to bear.
Okay.
These represent all of the security you need to walk past.
Okay.
So
Okay.
9 total?
9 total.
Do we need one person to roll? Do we need like?
You can all add in.
Okay. We can all make an advantage, and then one person can roll. I recommend we schmooze our way out, is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Be polite. Turn in the
This is the last
confession.
bit. This is it.
Mm-hmm.
The confession is an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
If we
And-
use it,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I still have my stunt.
And you do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
And we
Sister
have
Bernadette should
our
roll.
mobility
Yes.
from our
Yes, you do.
cell,
Yes,
which
you
is a
do.
+2.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
So we have some things.
Yes.
We each get to make one roll to maybe set up an advantage. I
And
would
you
like
have yours.
to.
You have the confession.
Oh, the confession. Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
That's our advantage?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
Sister
So
Bernadette
everyone
has
else
her
can make-
stunt.
make-
I
make
think
one.
she should roll.
What shall I roll though?
What do you think your stunt will help you with? In what ways do you feel like you need to protect your nuns?
Okay, so I'm very aware of Eminike. What I need everyone's eyes on me. I'm the authority figure at the end of the day.
That is correct.
So they report to me, and I
Yes.
report to the guard.
Yes.
And so the nuns report to me, everyone reports to me, and then I let them go downstairs to go get the other nuns who I've already spoken to. And so I want all his eyes on me as everyone is going downstairs. I'm a distraction
I think
as I'm just talking to him.
I think that your stunt allows you to roll empathy instead of provoke.
Hooray.
Because
Okay.
provoke is not only upsetting people, but also getting them to follow your orders. Right? It is that kind of command presence that's not warm and fuzzy. So I think that your stunt...
It's a little warm and fuzzy with empathy.
Yes, right? I think your stunt allows you to use empathy instead of provoke. So roll
Okay.
your empathy.
I will. Come on, empathy. Do it.
3. You need 7 more.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we have 2 from the confession.
Yes, so that's 5.
Can we even get 5?
You're at 5.
You have
We
2
still
from mobility, right?
That is
Okay, so we
7.
need 4 more.
Okay,
We-
so we need 2 more.
You need 3 more.
Can
Oh,
I?
2
Yes.
might be, yeah.
I'd like to do a thing.
Please.
Jacqueline is already trying to work on the officer, and seeing the way this is going, her hand will slip away from the stiletto, and I think what she's going to try to do is kind of getting a feel for, okay, this is it. Is going to God, hang on. Words.
It's our last moment.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to not stumble over the words.
Drac, you have a fate point, by the way.
Does Jacqueline know the name of this officer?
Yes, you do. This is a Captain Justus Grunspan.
Grunspan, okay.
Justus.
Grunspan.
You have a fate point, by the way, because of your trouble aspect.
Yeah, I forgot to add that, yeah.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. You have it because that poor... You've inspired that resistance member who's going to have a very hard time in the future.
No,
But
wait, hang on.
yeah.
I just realized the officer's name doesn't matter because Jacqueline can't give away who she actually is. No, I'm gonna go the empathy route in this case.
I was gonna suggest that because you just presented your sad story.
Yep.
Yeah, and I want to ask if maybe maybe the 5th floor was a mistake, and we should probably just pardon me, officer. It's just perhaps you were right. These are it's just you were right. These are dangerous individuals. It's very threatening, and I can see on the face of my sisters we are not.
Roll empathy.
Perhaps we are not ready for this, and if you could be so kind as to.
I love how you're gonna say that, and I'm gonna
accompany us.
Hand over a confession.
roll that empathy.
Please roll well.
You're at 9.
Drac. Sister Marilyn.
You are getting a fate point for a self-compel because by inspiring that resistance member, they're going to be resistant, which is they're going to hold out.
Okay.
Which is going to be unpleasant for them.
Yeah.
which you'll just have to hold on to.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what I can roll. Eminike is more of a. I mean, they're a talker, but they don't want to talk right now because they have a very. They have a very masculine voice. I think, and I feel like the guards probably have heard him singing enough.
How are you gonna help get you all out?
Yeah.
By being inconspicuous.
Academics.
I guess I'll academics.
Maybe you can
Figure out
check
the
out
timing.
every angle of the situation.
Figure out the shortest route from the time I have been walking around here. At least from I think you said that I'm on the 5th floor, but whenever I got integrated, I got take to the
4th.
Was it?
Yep.
4th floor?
The 4th. Yeah.
So I probably would I know the shortest route that would take me in the opposite direction to this guard, the main. I'm so terrible with names. I've been ING. Huh?
Roll it. Roll your academics.
So okay. Ugh.
You have a fate point, and it's a
I'm gonna
1.
use a fate point.
Yes, and that with the fate point, I need to know what aspect you invoke that gives you that little bit of extra moment of clarity.
My high concept, special operations, executive trained hothead devoted to the children.
So
I've been trained for this.
Here's the thing. As you are all sort of maneuvering down, you have been in Paris for a while. You know these buildings. They all have very similar layouts. There are front ways and back ways to get out of these places, some with much more obvious sort of connections. Even if you've not been in this building, you've been in buildings like it. If you split the convent of nuns, the cloister of nuns, you could move yourself and some others through the back staircase while the others are going through the front staircase, which would actually make it so that you're probably not going to be seen by as many people. It would also split their attention.
Yeah. And I'll as I'm at first, Amelie's probably leading Marilyn. I think there's a
We're
point
such
where
good
Marilyn...
sisters.
Such great, wonderful sisters. There's a point Marilyn will
Sister
almost...
Marilyn has taken a vow of silence. I am her voice. Well, the Lord is, but I.
But Marilyn will obviously not suddenly, not make it too obvious, but gently squeeze Amelie's arm and then start taking a lead themselves to take them down a separate path down the back end.
I'm way at the back. I'm super slow. I'm making sure everyone gets out before I leave.
And this officer, Justus, starts, come, let's go, sort of shepherding people, right? As many as possible out the front, sort of try to quickly get them off this floor as somebody is moaning over there, sort of thinking this is maybe a little bit too much, and tries to maneuver you all, and he gets quite a number of the guards to follow you all to keep control of the situation, having missed the fact that a couple of nuns have gone down the back way. And as you are all the main gaggle, Sister Bernadette, Mother Superior, are you in the front or the back gaggle?
I'll be in the back gaggle.
So in the front gaggle, which Jacqueline, are you in the front or the back? You'd be in the front gaggle because he's trying to rush.
I was going to say, with the officer, because trying to sort of do the, come on, let's hurry along, let's get us out of this dangerous, terrible, awful place.
And as you are coming through this front gaggle, you're walking down and you see a man walk up. He's got blood on his uniform. He's got a set of bloody pliers. And he sort of looks at everyone there, all of the nuns in the eyes, to see if he recognizes any of you all. But he doesn't recognize any of you all because he's not seen you all before. Not any of you all, these nuns. And he just lets you all pass as you all go. And he decides to he takes a couple steps up. And he turns back around to look at this gaggle of nuns. And decides to follow you all down just in case. But meanwhile, in the back gaggle, that includes people that he does know, because he's tortured them recently.
Mhm.
Sister Bernadette, Sister Marilyn, and Angelique, our sister, head down the back staircase, all the way down to the front lobby. And this torturer follows you, Jacqueline, and your nuns, just seeing if there's anything strange. And he doesn't feel like going all the way down to the bottom lobby because that seems like an awful lot of stairs to go back up. And he just leaves you all down.
It's not leg day.
Right?
It's not leg day, no.
And he goes back up, and you all meet back up in the lobby. And the people who could have recognized you do not come across you. And you are escorted out of the building. And Eustace says, Sister, I will take care of this for you.
I appreciate it so much, and I will say a prayer for you.
Thank you. Also, you, he points to Eminike. Sister Marilyn, yes?
Oh, Sister Marilyn is taking a vow of silence.
Ah, well.
What can I do for you?
No, I just want to say I was told that a god said that you are homely, and I am sorry for that. There's no excuse.
Eminike just bows her head again.
Sister Marilyn is grateful for your apology on behalf of this guy.
Come, sisters, we must get back for mass.
You are welcome back anytime.
Thank you. We will
Merci.
certainly come hurt you again.
And you make your way...
And make sure he gets got the confession.
And that is why he said you're welcome back anytime.
Oh, good, yes.
And as you gaggle of nuns, cloister of nuns, make your way down the street, he heads his way back into the building and shuts the door.
And then we scatter like cockroaches.
And you scatter like cockroaches, and that is the end of our episode.
Nuns scattering like cockroaches throughout the different convents of the city.
Though I actually do have to give you one last bit of information.
Oh.
Okay.
I was going to ask one last question.
Absolutely.
And I'm actually going to ask our dear Sister Bernadette.
Okay.
How tightly are you holding on to that incendiary grenade?
Like my life depended on it.
God damn it.
So,
that's for the cell now. Sorry, Pharaoh. That's cell grenades now.
So I will tell you.
That just goes in the censor next time.
When you listen, this is our big thing that the rest of the cast doesn't know, but you will know.
Okay.
Because you are listening to the Radio London at some point when you've come back.
Yes, because we were told to.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Radio London has a number of, bits of news and all of that. And there's a bit of a news report. This is Radio London. We have terrible news. Some children have been rescued from the east and brought back to safety. One of them is the son of the Count Zoltowski of Poland. The small child, a witness to horror, has brought with him news of a plan of a mass genocide of the Jewish people being planned by the Nazis. One might think that small children are fanciful, but this young child has got with him, stolen perhaps from his time in the East, not only is he an eyewitness to this, but also he has minutes and notes from reports proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the German government is planning on a genocide. Secretly, but the secret is no more. The children that were saved by members of the resistance and brought to safety have brought with them hard evidence of something terrible. And the government in exile of Poland has called on the League of Nations to do something about this. We will report in the future any further developments. But we condemn the Nazi regime in the utmost, and we wish to thank those members of the resistance in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, in France, and in Germany, and all other places in the occupied spaces for their hard work to bring us this information and to keep these children safe. Thank you. This is Radio London.
I just realized they were totally able to plant the bonsai tape conference on these kids. Nice. Oh, 2 seasons of work come to fruition. Ooh.
That is the end of season 5. These children were very important that you saved. And I would like to go around.
We've changed history.
Well, it's tricky because Poland did actually complain about this at the League of Nations in our historical.
They didn't have the bonsai tape.
They can't give the tapes. They can only give
they can't.
transcriptions, because that you can get from radio broadcasts. So we will see what happens. But I want to thank you all and
confirm some things.
And who knows? An adorable child of a nobleman is quite convincing. And eyewitness accounts from children, very nice. Also, the 2 cells together are able to get information out in a way that might be a little bit more convincing, and we will see how that follows. And maybe we'll see the Saints again. And I'm going to say, by the way, you all will get a breakthrough. We can talk about that off stream. You all get to level up, basically. So, if I might, could I get each one of you to give me who you are, where we can find you, and then give some love to somebody else that happened. Give some love to the cast. And I want to start with Leonie, our Mother Superior.
Hi. I think if you invite me back, I'll actually get a French nun's outfit.
Oh, I'm so excited. Sorry. Okay, well then we actually have to bring you back.
I might too.
We have to. Yes.
Well, I guess because you're all now hiding out in the convent, like
until we can get you some new things, you know?
Yeah, until we can have some new things. I mean, I
might be able to go back to the brothel so long as I don't work in the nun rooms.
Or you really work in the nun rooms.
You look familiar.
Yeah.
But yes, I am Leonie, also known as Gloss and Gadgets. You can find me on all the interwebs at Gloss and Gadgets, because branding. Except for TikTok. TikTok is the Gilded Grave, but that's a whole other thing. Love to all of you. I was a little bit nervous when we first started playing this game, because I was just like, I'm a nun? What is this? Some kind of gimmick?
Superpower?
And you all taught me how to play Fate, and you all told this wonderful story with me. And I just really appreciate what you all bring to the table. I have to admit, though, Jacqueline, Diane, I am waiting for you to betray us. To be honest, I kind of thought it was going to happen in the headquarters. If I was honest,
we can't have all the betrayal right away.
Well, to be fair, I nearly betrayed partly at the end. If you'd given me the incendiary,
yeah, no, I was holding on to that like it was a rosary. Because I was just waiting for something to go wrong, and then I was going to chuck it. Anyway, so that was what's going on underneath my habit. You're all just fantastic, to be honest, and I'm sorry I can't be more eloquent.
No,
it is very
brilliant.
late.
It's brilliant.
Yes, it is.
Drac, who gave us our last bit to bring us over the edge to get out in a way that involved, maybe you should not be with the main group. Here's the way out, right? That will not get you surveilled.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jack or Jacqueline. You can find me on Twitter at Jacqueline. That's DRAKONIQES. I usually have a bunch of stuff I'm doing, but I had like 3 or 4 campaign finales the past 2 weeks. So right now I only have Kingmakers over on Table Story at 4 p.m. Eastern. It's a ton of fun. I play a king of parents, someone heir to a king. Something goes wrong. That's all I really say. I have so many content warnings on that show, but it's a really good show. Got an incredible cast, so I highly recommend checking it out, even if it's not for me, for everyone else there. But that's pretty much it. Love. Again, I'm gonna give love to everyone, of course. but I found I didn't have the idea of the classic like stuff Eminike's clothes of straw and other stuff.
Yep.
When Emily said that, it took a lot of willpower not to break, because I was like, that's like, are we escaping from a Nazi prison or is this Home Alone? I can't tell.
Hey, you got out.
It
It's
was
just
kind of
Isn't
Scooby-Doo.
they're gonna discover, and then it'll
Amelie
be.
walked in as a plump nun.
Yep.
She left as a skinny nun. It's
Hey,
like,
you set yourself up. I'll just say there will be follow-up afterwards when they realize the prisoner has
He's gonna be
escaped.
so mad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And this is why I wanted that incendiary.
it's an entire building of people.
Yeah.
It's an entire
And if
building.
somebody
That
with a
violence clock would have
similar...
definitely gone up a lot.
Oh no, it wasn't going to be used on the Nazis. That's the problem.
Mm.
That's the
Even
possible
still, it doesn't-
betrayal I was talking about.
You don't have to necessarily use it on the Nazis for the violence clock to go up.
No, but if somebody decides to self-immolate...
I know, but it may not. You know, so, right?
You know, that was the idea. But if Bernadette is holding on to it, then Bernadette is holding on to it. Anyway, sorry, carry on. Sorry.
Oh no,
I'm so
that's
sorry.
that's it. No, you're all good. That's it from me. I love that bit of Home Alone style deception.
You've got a couple of hours before they come in and looking on you, right? And then they'll be like, okay. Then they'll be.
And then I'm thinking we should maybe not all of us be nuns by that point, because they're gonna be looking for certain nuns. And it's just why I'm like, maybe I'll go back to the brothel. They're not gonna look at a brothel for nuns.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be nuns in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's like a quick change.
Well, one of us will.
Diane.
Sorry, I just now have this image of like, you know, somewhere down in the river, someone going, "Oh no, a bunch of nuns must have drowned."
Yes.
Anyway, yes, hi, I'm Diane. I am also kind of taking a step back from a few things, but also doing more. I'm doing less that I'm running myself and playing more in things that other people are running, which this is a part of. It is, by the way, 5 a.m., so the sun is fully risen.
Go.
Same.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it started coming up at 3. So, welcome to the north. Yeah, let's see. Okay, my brain just farted and now it's coming back on. On Sunday at 8 p.m. European time, so that is 2 p.m. Eastern, I'll be running yet another session of Tales from the Brinkwood, where we are going up against vampire capitalism in wonderful ways. Last time out, they sunk a galleon with all that beautiful, beautiful silver on board. And there will be consequences with a capital C and a capital every other possible letter, because they sunk a galleon. And then on Thursdays, over on the Lawful Geeks channel, I play in a Shadowrun game where I play Sphere, a rigger who was recently tossed into a building while inside a car and is currently suffering the consequences, including severe spinal injuries and possible loss of legs. We'll figure those things out.
Oof.
And while people are staking vampires on my channel, I will be playing a vampire, because I will be taking my first little bitty steps into playing Vampire the Masquerade, also over on Kevin's channel, over on The Lawful Geek.
Nice.
I've never played that game before. I've only played the video game and kind of heard about everything, and now I'm gonna play
You'll have a good time.
vampire. Yeah, I'm gonna play a vampire who is basically public appearance is imagine like a 50s housewife, and then in private appearance is a luchador.
Yeah.
Because why not?
And Lindy.
I want to know the love that Diane has to give.
Oh, Diane, did you not give love?
What? No. Oh God. Oh. Because you cut me off. You cut me off, and it's late. I'm gonna say you cut me off.
I thought you'd given love. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I thought, you know, that was my signal. Okay, I've gone on too long.
I thought
you know, when the music starts playing at the academy. No, I honestly, my love today goes to our dear Bernadette for keeping in check the worst impulses that Jacqueline might have had. Not just with the incendiary at the end, but also just in general, sort of being overall a voice of, okay, let's not go stabby, stabby, boom, boom. And also just the way you seem to have a very clear idea of, okay, here's how we're going to do this. And you somehow managed to execute that to a T.
Thank you. Trust me, though, if the right trigger happened, I would have whipped that gun out and just started nailing Nazis.
Hey, you could have done.
I swear.
It just would have been a slightly different situation.
It would have been a slightly different situation, but if I was ready to go down, like last night.
I was really hoping for it, but also fate is not the system for that. It's one of those, like...
Yeah.
It can be. I mean, you can do it, and then you can mow down a whole bunch of people.
You can do it, but we were not set up for it, and we did not have everything in place for that. We had everything in place for getting away, not for staying in a prolonged gunfight building full of Nazis.
Oh no, yeah, it wasn't be prolonged.
No.
It would more be like going out in a blaze of glory.
You would have taken some out, but But I'm glad that you're alive to live for another day.
Yeah.
Only so I can wear the habit, right?
Yes! And I will say, it is absolutely on point with Cora saying, Trooper will never say someone has gone on too long.
It's fair. It's fair. Lindy?
That's me, Lindy. So much love. So much love. I loved the look on Drax's face when I was like, take your clothes off and put this on. We gotta stuff them. And it's just, oh, is that the plan? Because we did not talk about that beforehand at all. We were just like, we have an extra habit. Not, I need you to strip ASAP and stuff your clothes.
Hey. Works.
So I'm just here for the facial journeys. I also loved our backstage chat where I learned a new term today. To call Brussels sprouts that tickled me, and I feel like everyone should know that some people might call Brussels sprouts the devil's butt nuggets.
That's fair. That's fair. That's
also,
fair.
it took some people a hot minute to realize that Sister Marilyn is a pun on Eminike Monroe's name because Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
Because I can't be stopped with the puns.
No, you cannot be.
Which I also loved the pun tirade, the math pun tirade that we went on. That was a blast. And of course,
great.
Reverend Mother Bernadette just keeping everyone together. Such a good cell leader. Everybody loves since Mother Bernadette.
Bernadette.
Talk. Gosh. Yes, and also Eminike being like, "Oh, my code name, it's fuck off."
That was amazing.
Beautiful. And then, of course, Jacqueline be like, no, you gotta beat me up more before you release me. You gotta make it convincing. Everyone was on fire, and I love the Saints so much.
I love them
so
too.
glad we got out of here, and it was just, it was so good. So beautiful. Mwah, magnifique. But you can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, where I play in tabletop RPGs, and I run them sometimes, too. You can find me not tomorrow night. You can find me on Sunday night. I had to figure out what week it was. Sunday night for some Witcher on Praxagorth Asmophoria's channel with Trooper. You can find me on Monday night on my channel for some game of Innistrad, Fang and Shadow, which is Magic the Gathering D&D that Pope World Build runs, and it is we are fucked, but in such a glorious ways, and it's gonna be a blast, and we are all the creators of our own demises. It'll be fine. We're all having crises of identities. It's fine. Tuesday night, we're going to have a one-shot, but very, very soon we'll have a new campaign, which a short campaign, which would be super fun. And I had to research some slime assets for it. So there's a teaser for you for the overlay. It's going to have slime. And then on Wednesday nights, you can find me on my channel again, where Trooper is the facilitator for a Good Society game. And it is... The sass levels are high. Good golly, Miss Molly, you're gonna love it, and it is fantastic. I also just came back with to video game streaming as of last night. I'll be doing it bi-weekly, so not next week, but the week after, and that is me.
And I'm troopersjp. Did you give love? You did first. You give love first.
I do first, yeah, because I don't want to forget it.
I'm troopersjp, and I want to say thank you so much for being here, each one of you. Thank you for this amazing season. I want to especially thank my special guests this crew, the Saints, who I love more than you'll know. I'm excited to tell them all about their level up they're going to get later, because that means maybe we will see them again sometime in season 6. You never know. Maybe, who knows? Maybe even on a weekend during the afternoon, so it's not so late for our European folks. I'm just saying their possibilities. And I just give them so much love, and also want to give love to the guests that were on the very first episode of this season that was talking about what to do with the information that we got from the Wannsee conference. That has now come to the end now that thanks to the Saints, they found a way to use that information and leak it. And this is a great cast, and they're amazing. And I want to thank each one of them. Like, first off, I was like, okay, what are you going to do? How are you going to get these people out? What are you going to do? And the nuns, that was brilliant. There's going to be fallout because y'all are nuns, and it's not going to be so great for a bunch of nuns in the future. But, you know what, though? You got him out. You did not get some of the other resistance people out, which probably you could not have done. But I'm excited to find out.
Couldn't have all stuffed our habits, Trooper.
No, I know. But I just want to say, Sister Bernadette, what a great leader. A little scary in the best possible way. I love your ability to use empathy and like religious empathy in terms of provoke to get people to do what you want. Love it. Great stunt. I loved Jacqueline's craftiness. I loved the silver tongue of Amelie. I love the iron will of Eminike. Just brilliant. And I want to say I was really proud of you all. I was like, okay, can you beat a 9? Can you do it? Like, you had to get through, and then back out, and you all worked as a team. Like, you all contributed in a way that was meaningful and important. And if you hadn't all done this together, you would not have gotten out. That's it. You would have been caught. But each one of you did it, and I want to say how proud and how honored I am to have watched that brilliance. And so, thank you. There will be consequences later, but you don't have to worry about that right now do you?
You gave me so many. That was also my love for Trooper. Trooper just nuking me in the consequences and stress tonight, because you don't get to do that often because my other character's sturdier.
Don't, but you also withstood all of the things I threw at you. Got some broken fingers, bit black and blue, kind of freaked out and paranoid, but you know what? You all survived. And I want to thank you all for that. And so, that said, you already know where to find me. Lindy said where, and also next Friday I'll be here doing a solo adventure from D&D 1983, and that's not a Wonder Woman movie, it's an actual from 1983 Redbox. But that's it. We're gonna go. I need to get these people to sleep. Thank you so much, and I just want to say thank you to Willen, who donated 100 bits with this message, and this I think this is a Lindy approved message.
Is it lewd?
He took notes religiously today. Thanks all. Yes. That's it. Take care, everyone. Thank you very, very much. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.